Trump overturned the Asia-focused Trans-Pacific Partnership Free Trade Pact.
Fox's Alistair Wanklin in Tokyo. Tillerson will later visit South Korea. The snow cleanup continues across the Northeast, where schools in some areas will be closed a second day.
To try and shovel it was very difficult because of the sleet on top of the snow.
She's in New Jersey. The storm did not dump nearly the amount of snow as forecast in New York City or Philadelphia, but in other areas of upstate New York and Pennsylvania and New England, they got 2 feet or more. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
In Chicago this morning, 21 degrees. Thankfully, no snow showers right now, except for a few light bands of lake effect developing over northwest Indiana this morning. At 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. I'm Mike Scott. A police SWAT team is on the scene of a standoff on Chicago's northwest side. Authorities say officers responded late last night to the call of a distressed man in a vehicle in the 6500 block of North Anarga Avenue. No injuries reported. Right now, it's not known if the suspect is armed. Well, we're digging out after 2 days of snowfall. The National Weather Service says officially about 8 inches fell at O'Hare from Sunday night through last night, around 14 inches in spots in Waukegan. Chicago police are vowing to take further steps to reform their department. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson releasing a 27-page document yesterday of proposed changes to training, supervision, and discipline.
The challenges we face were not created overnight. In fact, some have taken decades to develop, so they won't be fixed overnight. But it's important to lay the groundwork for where we're heading as a department.
Changes include improved community policing, some better training guidelines, and revised guidance on use of force. Parents in Rockford feeling the effect of a school bus driver strike this morning, as district leaders say classes in session, but parents will have to get the nearly 18,000 kids to school. J.B. Pritzker moving closer to entering the race for Illinois governor. The billionaire Democrat yesterday announcing an exploratory committee. There are a handful of other Democrats already in the race. A pair of Republican senators in Springfield jump-starting the so-called grand bargain by working around it. Quincy's Jill Tracy, Wheaton's Mike Connolly yesterday, demanding Democrats vote on pension reform outside of the complicated package of tax hikes that make up the so-called bargain. A lawsuit against the Illinois lottery for allegedly scamming players is headed to federal court. A judge in St. Clair County yesterday moving that suit out of his courtroom. Lotto players say the Illinois lottery private manager ended a number of high-dollar scratch-off games before all major prizes were awarded. Chicago Ethics Board says aldermen should not accept the White Sox's offer to attend next month's home opener and a pregame cocktail reception free. Ethics Board Chairman William Conlon sent that letter out to city officials saying the package violates Chicago's gift ban because it is worth more than $50. Blackhawks built a 3-0 lead in the early third period, and they hang on to beat the Canadiens in Montreal 4-2. They're now the best in the West. Patrick Kane, Johnny Oduya, Artemi Panarin put Chicago up early. Corey Crawford was stellar late, stopping 40 shots for the surging Blackhawks. Cactus League play. Cubs play to a 7-all tie with the Brewers. White Sox suffer a 7-6 loss to the Mariners. Illinois moving on to round 2 of the NIT after a rout of Valparaiso, 82-57. The news service of ADT, the security leader for over 140 years. Trust ADT to protect your home, family, and all you care about. When you have ADT security, it's more than a sign in your yard. It's a line in the sand. Visit ADT.com. 5:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature. Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I've seen it in my lab. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection, and I know that it works.
Balance of Nature is providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
5:07. Let's get an update on the roads this morning. In our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. And in Edison Park, Harlem Avenue remains closed in Vaughn and North Shore due to that ongoing barricade situation at Anarga and Aconto. Lake Forest, northbound 41 is closed right now. From Deer Path to 176, there's been a freight train derailment with possible hazardous materials involved. At the moment, southbound 41 still open. Starting today in Kenosha County, 45 will shut down. State Line Road and County Highway C for road work. Chicago expressways look pretty good right now. A little road work on the outbound Ryan again. 87th to the split in the 2 left lanes, but otherwise things look a lot better than yesterday. There are still some flight delays and cancellations this morning, mainly involving flights to and from the East Coast. Traffic is the service of Westin Hotels and Resorts. Westin knows how disruptive travel can be to your well-being, but with rejuvenating heavenly beds, a nutritious superfoods RX menu, and gear lending when you leave your workout gear at home, Westin will help you stay in control and rise above it all. Westin, let's rise. Learn more at westin.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here is our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, sunny to partly cloudy and cold, high 31, clear and bitterly cold tonight with a low 15. Not as cold tomorrow, sun followed by clouds with a high 40, snow, sleet, and rain tomorrow night, low 33. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer. 21
at O'Hare. Next news at 5:30. Continuous news coverage, 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Lou Bridges Show, a show about the truth of the foreclosure crisis. Saturday mornings at 8 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Star Home Creations in Lake Bluff, Illinois today.
And I have to tell you, I mean, you look lovely every day, but you in front of these paintings and this artwork, it's quite spectacular.
Yeah, that's what Star Home Creations does.
Yeah.
The artwork for like Bed Bath & Beyond and
Target, right? And Kohl's. Because
Yeah.
I've seen some of their work out in, because I actually go to those big box stores. I don't know
Never
if you know what a
been.
store is.
Never been. I have.
What kind of artwork do you have in
I
your
have
palatial estate?
an interior stylist
Oh,
that deals with
who
these
does?
matters. But
That's
these
gorgeous.
these pieces are nice. I would some of these would go very nicely in my well-appointed condo.
Do you think during the break maybe we can just see how they fit in the minivan outside?
Right.
Because
well-
I've got it ready to go. Because I
Well-
want the birchwood trees behind you. That is a gorgeous painting.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Wow.
Amy is going to do
I've
some.
already got my dibs on that one.
Some shopping this morning while we talk about things like Trump's tax returns. But we're here at Star Home Creations in Lake Bluff, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank business tour, and happy to be here up in scenic, leafy Lake County.
Lake Bluff.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Suburb of Lake Forest.
Well,
Yeah, how long
I don't
did it
think the
take you
Lake
to get here?
Bluffians would characterize it that way.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, I don't know, 15 minutes.
Oh.
Here's the thing about Rachel Maddow, Amy.
Oh,
She had a big
yeah.
exclusive And once she got done spinning all kinds of other conspiracy theories about Trump, and I don't know, it was difficult to follow private plane parking and yachts and Russians and Arabs and tigers and lions and bears. Oh my! She finally got to it, which is Trump's 2005 tax return.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big reveal. It was a tease. She teased. You know what that means? You know what a tease
Yeah,
is, right?
normally you don't tease for the entire show.
Oh,
By
no,
the
you do. I think that was
really
brilliant on their part.
Brilliant. That's why by the time she actually did the reveal, the Daily Beast had it posted, and other outlets had it posted because she took so long to get to the presentation. Now, I understand why she did, because it turns out there wasn't much to it.
The big reveal.
What I have here is a copy of Donald Trump's tax returns. We have his federal tax return for 1 year for 2005. I believe this is the only set of the president's federal taxes that reporters have ever gotten a hold of. What we have are these 2 pages, front and back, from the same 1040 form that you might have filled out when you file your taxes.
This is about as exciting as talking to my accountant. But text from 630, there's no noise in Illinois. The S is silent.
Oh.
I think yeah.
Talking about me?
No, they're talking about me. Yeah, no, I did that for a fact. I've been in this state for 44 years. I know the S is silent. Please play along. Please humor me.
Please clap.
Thank you. So anyway, now back to Maddow.
Yes, please.
So it was a little bit like watching Russell Crowe as John Nash in A Beautiful Mind, where he's got the shed in back with all of the strings that connect one dot to the other, and it all comes together when she has a conversation with Ed Harris, who isn't actually there in studio. No, that's not what happened. But the 2005 tax return, which revealed that he made a lot of money and paid a lot of taxes.
Yeah, and here she's describing in detail.
Aside from the numbers being large, these pages are straightforward. He paid $38 million, looks like $38 million in taxes. He took a big write-down of $103 million. More on that later. If you add up the lines for income, he made more than $150 million in that year. Mazel tov. We got these pages. We got this document today from a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist who's better on financial matters than almost anybody else in the business. His name is David K. Johnston. These pages turned up the other day in his mailbox.
Oh, boy. Wow. John, maybe it's time to get rid of John Koskinen over at IRS. What do you think? So here's the deal.
Yeah,
so made $150 million, paid $38 million, $31 million through the alternative minimum tax. Which is intended to
AMT,
which is intended to target the uber wealthy. This is a relic of the 60s, intended to target the uber wealthy free market types like myself. Want to get rid of that, as does Trump, as does Paul Ryan, because of bracket creep. It was intended for literally a handful of uber wealthy in the 60s, and now it's down to people making a couple $100,000. But that's kind of a secondary issue. His effective tax rate was 25% in 2005. So by comparison, say, I don't know, Barack Obama's effective tax rate for his 2015 taxes was 19% on more than $400,000 in income. Bernie Sanders, Comrade Bernie's tax rate per his 2014 returns 13%. And in point of fact, for those in Trump's stratosphere in terms of wealth and annual income, he turns out to have paid more than those who are similarly situated.
Right. What this doesn't say, I mean, it's 2 pages. It just doesn't say where his income comes from and the nature of his investments, and it's just a 2-page part. I mean, it doesn't answer much, but it doesn't show that he's doing anything nefarious. He's not doing anything illegal.
Well, right.
There's no tax fraud.
Was that ever in controversy?
Oh my! Are you kidding me? The left says that all the time. He's not releasing his taxes because there's tax fraud going on.
The top for 2005, the top 0.1% of taxpayers, of which Trump would be in that category, had an average tax rate of 22.48%. His effective tax rate, as I said, for that year, 25.3%. This is about as big of a dud as you can lob, and it really speaks to the left's unhinged conspiracy theories. Rachel Maddow being apparently their black helicopter pilot in chief. And it turns out, frankly, I mean, who knows what's in the rest of Trump's tax returns over the subsequent decade. But it turns out that kind of his whole not releasing his tax returns, which I think he should do. I think politicians should do as a matter of course. That now the people in this state, they never call Mike Madigan to release his taxes. The most powerful politician in this state, the left doesn't have any problem with him not releasing his taxes. That's somebody who's leveraged his public office to make tens of millions of dollars. They don't care about that, but they care about somebody who made a ton of money in the private sector. Very interesting in terms of their
our tax dollars. You know what? That's a great point.
Yeah, very interesting in terms of the principle of the left, which of course is absent, as is normally the case. But his whole unwillingness to release his tax returns during the campaign, it turns out to be, maybe probably inadvertent. I don't know how he had any idea that MSNBC would at some point in time get a copy of 2 pages of his 2005 return.
Well,
but now it looks like people were hysterical over nothing. He made a bunch of money. He's wealthy. That's what he says. He paid his taxes, and he paid $38 million in taxes, which turns out to be a lot of money too. And there's nothing to the story. So now it dissipates. It goes away.
Well, Rachel Maddow, she was riding on the high, of all this attention and was letting people know that this is legal. What the information we have, folks, legal.
A full tax return for someone like Donald Trump would be a lot longer than the 2 pages that we have here. There are all kinds of schedules and notes and attachments that could be involved, all containing information about the president and his money. Why will he not release his taxes, his full taxes, the way other presidents have done?
Yeah.
Why not let the public see the information for themselves? Yeah. We have obtained this, but this is all we've got. This tells us something. But he still has disclosed, certainly willingly disclosed, nothing compared to all other modern presidents.
Rachel Maddow is turning into Keith Olbermann before our very eyes. She really is. I mean, this is just, you have nothing, and then you cover it by claiming to want more. To what? Substantiate the nothing that you have?
The reporter David K. Johnston was on.
Best in the business, I understand, from Rachel Maddow.
Was on with my girlfriend Don Lemon last night and described how he received these 2 pages in his mailbox. Who could have done it?
This is so exciting.
Do you think it's possible that he could have sent them to you?
Oh, absolutely. Donald has a long history of leaking information about himself. And he doesn't think like most of us do. He doesn't have the sort of framework of what makes him look good or look bad that the rest of us have.
Well, so could this be a distraction from the wiretapping?
Well, he's also got he's also got John Barron, his press agent. John Barron.
I was thinking of John Barron too. P.S. Love John Barron.
312-642-5600 turnkey.pro answer line 64636DA turnkey.pro text line. It's funny. So you.
I think it's a distraction for the wiretapping.
Really? So we cover one conspiracy theory with another conspiracy theory, which is normally how conspiracy theorists operate, which is why people don't pay attention to them. And they make them wear little tinfoil hats and sit in the corner and talk to themselves and play with string.
Is that what I'm going to be doing today?
That's where...
that corner's not big enough.
That's where MSNBC is going with this story.
This is their big hit. This is their big ratings boost.
I mean...
I actually watched. I have watched it through my neighbor's
window. For those on the left that ridiculed the birthers, during the Obama years, and I was not a birther. I'm not a birther. I always thought that was fraudulent and silly and
really never thought.
Yes, no. But for those who ridicule the birthers and are watching Rachel Maddow and hanging on her every conspiratorial word, how you better just take a step back, take a half a step back from the abyss, because you're about to fall into it. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Star Home Creations in Lake Bluff, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Forecast for today, it is not snowing. It's going to be partly sunny this afternoon. It's going to be cold, though. We're going to have a high of 31 degrees. Then tonight, bitterly cold. Bitter, party of one. Your table's ready. A low of 15. And tomorrow, not as cold with sun, followed by some clouds, a high of 40 degrees. Let's get into our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. And up in the area you are now, Lake Forest and Lake Bluff, we have a right lane closure only now on northbound 41 from Deer Path to 176. Northbound 41 was closed entirely for a short time. Got a freight train derailment there with possible hazmat situation. Again, southbound 41 is open entirely. But in Chicago's Edison Park neighborhood, there's still a total closure of Harlem Avenue between Devon and North Shore due to an ongoing barricade situation on Anarga nearby. On the expressways and tollways, traffic's getting a little heavier now. Bishop Ford, a little slow Cottage Grove to the Rhine, and the Rhine just a little congestion approaching downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
The website upstream-ideas.com. It's premium content that complements what we do on this show each morning. Digital content at upstream-ideas.com. Sign up today and receive it in your email box multiple times a week, as well as visit, because it's always being updated on a real-time daily basis. Long-form interviews. The Against the Current series. This week, Rick Hess from the American Enterprise Institute, their Education Policy Studies Director, on the Trump tax credit proposal winding its way through Congress. Follow the logic segments, Man on the Street segments you're going to want to catch this week's, which is asking individuals on the streets in Chicago about sex selection, as well as abortion based on disability and potentially abortion based on gender orientation. Very interesting to see the train of logic from people who self-identify as pro-choice. Podcast of our Illinois Rising program, which covers state policy and politics. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
Check out the Glock event this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. All the latest Glock firearms will be featured and on sale this Friday through Sunday and only at Point Blank. Point Blank Range and Gun Shop offers a state-of-the-art indoor shooting range, an extensive inventory of firearms and ammo, and a supportive, knowledgeable team. The Glock event is this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. Check out shootpointblank.com for all the Glock info. Some restrictions may apply.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues right now. And make sure to join me, Sean Hannity, this afternoon starting at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
A little lick it up at 5:20 in the morning.
I don't know what we spilled to lick it up, but
a little early for Gene Simmons.
You know, it's a little aggressive. I have to admit.
We are coming to you live from Star Home Creations in Lake Bluff, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. Amy, I've got some interesting news for you.
After I take everything in this room, shove it in my minivan.
Yeah, while you're contemplating a grand theft. The Royal and Ancient Muirfield, the privately owned Scottish golf club that staged the British Open 16 times, founded in 1744.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Tell them the big news there, Danny boy.
They're ruining the game.
Oh,
has finally voted to admit women for the first time since its founding. Before our country's founding. That's how old Muirfield is.
Yeah. Well, and their old rules needed to be changed to allow women. What do they? Let me guess. Do they get to play on Tuesdays from 1 to 4 p.m.?
Well, no,
because that's what happened in El Paso, the El Paso Country Club. A friend of mine, we wanted to play, so they changed the rules, and they gave us literally like an hour and a half. Okay, we'll squeeze you. Ladies can come on Tuesdays from 2 to 4. That was our window to play golf.
Yeah, Chicago Golf Club. It was like Thursday mornings were ladies' day, and then get off the course by noon.
Oh, yeah.
So
if you can't pick up the pace of the game, ladies, you're gonna have to leave. I said, how am I gonna cram 18 holes into an hour and a half? But we got it done. Maybe we skipped a few holes, but we don't lose a lot of balls, so we had it.
Yes.
All right. So what are the rules?
Well, it's first of all, it's going to take about 2 years before.
Oh,
there's a little bit of an implementation period.
Wait. They have to build a women's locker room, probably.
They need those 20% of the members who voted against it need time to cope. They need.
They're going to have little counselors on staff to help them.
They need. This is a period of mourning that goes. With this. Now, you'll note that there are a number of men-only clubs in Illinois, in Chicagoland.
That's why my new name's Tom, and I'm going golfing later today.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I'm transitioning.
I don't know what the policy is.
I am. I'm
at
transitioning.
Bobolink for those who identify as a man, but
I'm
guessing the coach is not. That's not going to pass muster with the coach up at Bobo.
No, Ditka and I are going golfing. The Bobolinks.
I know Ditka's a big fan of yours, but I can tell you with almost metaphysical certitude that he would not break the Bobolink culture. The Bobolink coda for
On an ancillary issue, I have my service dog, Bunky.
Yes.
People always ask me, so why do you have your dog? And I don't know why I'm going with this. I always say, well, I'm transitioning, just to get their reaction. And some people are like, oh, that's lovely. And other people look at me funny, like, okay.
Why do you need a service dog for that? I'm not disputing that you're transitioning.
Emotional support.
Oh, I see.
While I transition.
Well,
Tom. So you go golfing.
Are you going to have that voice when when the transition is complete?
Yeah.
So I just with Muirfield going down though, I just wanted to apprise.
It's not going down. It's going up.
Is that what's happening?
Yes, that's what's happening.
It's being
elevated
up.
to a new level.
Yeah. So anyway, for the guys out there that are looking for safe havens, you've got your Bobolink. You got your Butler.
Yes.
You got your Black Sheep, and you got.
Not familiar with Black Sheep.
That's out west.
I'm coming for you, Black Sheep.
Yes. Tom is looking to play.
Where was a place a person had a heart attack and a female EMT showed up and they wouldn't let her in the property?
Bobolink.
Yeah. Sorry. Did that guy pass? I hope.
And
because they wouldn't let a woman in to help him. I really hope. And it was painful death. Too.
I don't know if that's an apocryphal story or true, and I don't know what happened to the gentleman if it is true. But if it is true and he did pass, then you know what? He passed with honor.
He passed dying for something he believed in, keeping women out. Okay, good. I hope it was painful.
It was a good death. we all owe a death, and it's a good death. And then
stupid. What are you guys afraid of?
Old Elm is the fourth.
Really, are you afraid that we're going to mess up the pace of the game, or you might be distracted because we're wearing golf teeny outfits?
Oh my goodness! I think you know what we're afraid of.
Yeah, what?
I think you know. I think you know what
No,
happens.
I've been around golf courses for a long time.
Yeah.
What are you afraid of?
I think you know.
No, I want to hear
I think you know exactly what we're talking about. Tom.
Tom, yeah.
Dan and Amy /Tom coming to you live from Star Home Creations in Lake Bluff, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Oh, this roof is so needy.
Call Crumweedy.
How do you spell that?
KRUMW.
Oh, just go to myroofisneedy.com.
If your roof is needy, call Crumweedy. This is Greg Olson of Crumweedy.
And I'm Mark Olson from Crumweedy. We are a third-generation family-run business, and we have been doing Chicagoland roofs since 1953.
You can't do that unless you do really great roofs. We share the same conservative values as you, and we want to do your roof. Here's what you can expect.
First, no high pressure. You make the choice. Whatever option you choose, count on getting a roof that lasts at a fair price.
You see, application is the key. We follow the manufacturer's specifications so your warranty is intact. A lot of companies don't do that, and that could void your warranty.
Our installation is outstanding. No horror stories here. The roof you need that will fix your problems. When your roof is needy,
call Crumweedy.
Go to myroofisneedy.com. myroofisneedy.com.
Hey, your company's IT partner should be more than just a place you call when you're having computer problems. Today, IT is beyond just hardware and software. IT is about relationships between technology and the people who work with it, and that's where our good friends at Turnkey IT make a difference. They're an IT company and the best people company. They help people use IT better. People need help from computers, servers, Cybersecurity is huge right now, and advanced phone systems as well. And they also need help finding out what's out there and how to implement it and what they need, and all with the support of an experienced team that resolves issues quickly. You know, people remember the good experiences they receive when working with Turnkey IT. Shouldn't your business receive the same white glove treatment? See what other AM 560 listeners already know about Turnkey IT. Local, reputable, compassionate, experienced. It's easy. Visit turnkey.pro. Turnkey IT just does IT better. Visit turnkey.pro.
Hi, I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I'm here to tell you about an amazing new way you can start losing weight for free right now. You've probably seen our workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. We just launched a beta trial of our new digital video platform, Beachbody On Demand. So while we're testing out this new digital video service, I'm inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. That means you can lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Text the word trial to 303030, and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, or any of over 400 workouts for free. Now here's the catch. In return, all I ask is you let us know what you think of the service so we can make Beachbody On Demand the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text trial to 303030 and get started for free right now. Again, text trial to 303030.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, Tom, since you're transitioning.
Yeah.
There's this Australian family where the mother and son are becoming father and daughter.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Isn't it? So maybe you could call your dad and see if he'd like to join you.
And turn from Harvey to Harrietta?
Harrietta. It's a lovely name.
Sorry, Dad. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Steve King defends his comments about other people's babies at 5:38.
And Ashley Judd has something wrong with her panties yet again. We'll explain. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
20 degrees and mostly clear skies. 2 pages of President Trump's federal tax returns from 2005 leaked to MSNBC. The White House releasing the numbers before they were broadcast. Fox's Trace Gallagher with more on the numbers.
The journalist who actually obtained the tax returns, the 2 pages, they were put into his mailbox. He thinks they might have been put there by the Trump administration. He says his big reveal is that Donald Trump paid $31 million in alternative minimum tax, which he's against. He said without that, he would have only paid like $5 million.
The White House saying it is illegal to steal and then publish tax returns. Donald Trump visits Michigan today. The president expected to take aim at fuel economy standards. The president will also go to Nashville, where he will lay a wreath at President Andrew Jackson's tomb, marking what would have been Jackson's 250th birthday. Attorney General Jeff Sessions continuing his push for tough-on-crime agenda items. Sessions will speak to police and federal officials today in Richmond, Virginia. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson making his first trip to Asia as America's top diplomat. Tillerson trying to forge cooperation with Japan and South Korea. Falling temperatures leading to icy roads and sidewalks throughout much of the Northeast, but they're not as paralyzed as they thought they would be one day after the powerful nor'easter skirted the Washington to Boston corridor. A Chicago police SWAT team is on the scene of a standoff on Chicago's northwest side. More details on this developing story with Jim Talamonte in a moment. J.B. Pritzker moving closer to entertaining the race for Illinois governor, forming an exploratory committee. There are already a handful of other Democrats in the race jockeying to take on Governor Bruce Rauner. And a spokesman for the congressman expected to take the lead in identifying candidates for Chicago's vacant U.S. attorney job say the Republican must wait for guidance from President Donald Trump. Tuesday's comments by John Shimkus and aides came after Illinois U.S. Senators, Democrats, Dick Durbin and Tammy Duckworth accused Shimkus of moving too slowly. Blackhawks winners over the Canadiens 4-2. Illinois moving on to round 2 of the NIT after a rout of Valparaiso. And the Bears are bringing back kicker Connor Barth. The news service of ADT, the security leader for over 140 years. Trust ADT to protect your home, family, and all you care about. When you have ADT's security, It's more than a sign in your yard. It's a line in the sand. Visit ADT.com. 5:36 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher is for an investigation in response to President Trump's claims of wiretapping.
I've been reevaluating the thought about a special prosecutor. We don't need a special prosecutor. We need a bipartisan committee and oversight and go into this and let's investigate it all. Let's look at everything the Obama administration has done, the Trump administration with its supposed ties to Russia. Get it all out there.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Right now with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet, get one free. Visit us online at galaxyhome.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. Save an additional $500 when you book right now.
$5:37. Let's get a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. The update with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. And on the northwest side, Harlem remains closed in Edison Park between Devon and North Shore due to that ongoing barricade situation. Milwaukee Avenue is one way to get around that. Northwest Highway is open too. Lake Forest, northbound 41, there's a right lane closure. Deer Path to 176. And a freight train derailment in that area with a hazardous material situation. The Edens and the Kennedy are looking good this morning. Inbound Eisenhower, a little sluggish. Manheim to 25th. Just a 1-minute delay. It's clear outbound. Stevenson, 37 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 18 minutes, 95th to downtown. Mission Ford, 17 minutes, 8094 to the line. And traffic is a service of Westin Hotels and Resorts. Westin knows how disruptive travel can be to your well-being, but with rejuvenating heavenly beds, a nutritious superfoods RX menu, and gear lending for when you leave your workout gear at home, Westin will help you stay in control and rise above it all. Westin, let's rise. Learn more at westin.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, sunny to partly cloudy. Cold today, high 31. Chilly overnight, low 15. Not as cold tomorrow, a high near 40. Currently 22. Next news coming up at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Scoundrels are not exclusive to politics. They're smart enough to occupy necessity service industries like the automotive business. As a real estate broker, my car is a lifeline and a total necessity to my business and my family, which is why I had to seek out an honest, truthful auto service provider. For over the past decade, I've put my trust in Craigies Mobile Service Center on Lake Street in Addison. Craigies handles full auto repair on foreign and domestic vehicles. They pride themselves on providing you the best cost-effective auto repair and expert advice. Craigies has full service bays and truck lifts that can service and manage your whole fleet. They also provide priority service for your business and can track each vehicle, alerting you to the repair before you need it, keeping your guys on the road. Since 1959, Craigies Mobile Service Center has thrived through 10 presidential administrations, giving you reputable, dependable, and honest auto repair. Do yourself a favor. Just go into Craigies on Lake Street in Addison. See my guy Vic. He'll set you up. Tell him Sean from Elmwood Park sent you. I approve of this message.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live this morning from Star Home Creations in Lake Bluff, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And Steve King, a congressman from Iowa.
Yeah, we spent some time with him at the RNC in Cleveland. Remember he stopped by?
I do remember that.
Had a lovely chat with him.
I do remember. He's made some comments that, are
pretty inflammatory. For me.
They are inflammatory, and he went on Tucker Carlson last night to clarify them, but let's kind of this all started with a tweet over the weekend about Geert Wilders, who's a candidate for the president of the Netherlands with the elections today.
Yep. 28 candidates.
The tweet was, Wilders understands that culture and demographics are our destiny.
We can't restore our civilization with somebody else's babies. That was Steve King tweeting essentially in support of the Dutch politician Geert Wilders. He also praised Wilders' stand against immigrants of sorts. He tweeted, hundreds of Islamists shouting Allahu Akbar in Rotterdam, the Netherlands. Wilders is right for over 10 years. It's a comment that's not really particularly incendiary. It's a comment about assimilation in these no-go zones in places like the Netherlands. But the first one about restoring our civilization with somebody else's babies, we can't do that. That's the comment that spurred the controversy, and then it continued.
Yeah, and then he doubled down. He was on with CNN Chris Cuomo yesterday and continued the same rhetoric.
If you go down the road a few generations or maybe centuries with the intermarriage, I'd like to see an America that's just so homogenous that we look a lot the same from that perspective. I think there's been far too much focus on race, especially in the last 8 years, and I want to see that put behind us, and I want to be us bonded together.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line 64636DA, turnkey.pro, text line. Your reaction to Steve King's remarks. He's made others as well, the various interviews that kept rolling forward. In an Iowa radio station, he said, race and ethnicity, I should say to be more correct, when you start accentuating the differences, then you start ending up with people that are at each other's throats. This is in response to Univision's Jorge Ramos saying that whites will be the minority demographic in America by 2044, blah, blah, blah. And this is King responding to that. And King goes on to say, and he, being Ramos, is adding up Hispanics and blacks into what he predicts will be in greater numbers than whites in America. I predict that Hispanics and blacks will be fighting each other before that happens. Now, here's the fundamental problem with, in my opinion, with what Steve King said. He, while he says we focus too much time on race and ethnicity, he's focusing on race and ethnicity, and that's not the issue. That's not the issue for America. And we don't have anything in terms of the severity of the problem with respect to persons here illegally and national security threats that, say, Western European countries do with these no-go zones that I reference. There's nothing like that in America. I'm not saying that it can't happen, but I'm saying that's not the reality on the ground now. And the reason it's not is because of our power as a community, if you will, as a nation, to assimilate people from all different walks of life, all different faiths and races and ethnicities and cultures. And so it seems to me the question is about assimilation. It's not about race or religion. And this is where Steve King went off the rails with the comment he made that was not precise enough. Now, he clarified it yesterday with Tucker Carlson. Listen to Steve King responding to this controversy.
The problem with the tweet was that it suggested there's a racial component to American identity. Do you think that there is?
Well, there's a racial component to all of our discussion here in America, and there must be that because the left is constantly pointing to the differences we have, and race, ethnicity, national origin, sexual orientation, prosperity versus poverty. But I'll say this, that we are all God's children. We are all created in His image. And America has been the most successful nation in merging these distinctions together on the common foundation of rights that come from God. What I should have done, Tucker, if I had more characters in that tweet, just added, you can't rebuild our civilization with somebody else's babies unless we adopt them.
Yeah, that unless we adopt them would have been a lot more helpful. Because he when he said unless we adopt them, he's talking about unless we adopt them as Americans, unless we assimilate them. That's what I think he means.
I just don't think that this helps the Republican Party one iota. And I was in a interracial relationship and have two beautiful children. It's okay. He's so off the rails that Nancy Pelosi this morning is calling on Paul Ryan to strip him from his subcommittee on the Constitution and Civil Rights. He's the chairman of the House Subcommittee on the Constitution and Civil Rights.
Well, first of all,
am I interpreting what he said completely wrong? Because it sounded
Nancy Pelosi determining whether somebody is off the rails. She is not the arbiter of that. So what Nancy Pelosi's opinion on anything is largely irrelevant, especially when it comes to a Republican and a chance to try and score political points. So let's not bring the silliness of Nancy Pelosi into this. In terms of marriage between people of different races, well, he said in that other comment that the clip that you played. He said in the clip that you played, he want this to be through marriage, intermarriage. Mm-hmm. He wants it to be such that race and ethnicity are no longer even an issue because we're all so mixed up, if you will.
Okay.
So
I didn't interpret it that way, but
well, that's literally what he said. Yeah. So look, his comment is, especially on this topic, you just have to be precise, and you have to, don't limit yourself to 140 characters to chime in on something like this. And if you think that people could interpret it, or you want to clarify it after the fact, after people misinterpret it innocently or purposely, then be specific, like you were with Tucker Carlson, where you hearken back to the principles upon which the nation was founded, the ideas that unify us as a people, that transcend race and ethnicity and religion. He didn't do that until that exchange with Tucker Carlson, and thus he created a controversy that could have been avoided. Let's go to Candace in DuPage. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey,
hi, Candace.
Hi. Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Amy, your little Latina tricksy kids have nothing to do and are not apples to apples with refugee and Muslim kids who come here. There is no comparison. And if you don't believe me, why don't you read the Sharia and the Sirah and the Hadith and the Book of Muhammad? Okay, I have Muslim friends, but they assimilated a long, long time ago. But not all Muslims want to assimilate. As a matter of fact, most of them don't. And also, Dan, you're wrong. Why don't you go to Dearborn, Michigan, and see what happens to you start walking around certain areas?
Yeah, well, okay. Thanks for the call, Candace. We don't have formal no-go zones where police have abdicated, including in Dearborn, Michigan. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Star Home Creations in Lake Bluff, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Candace should take a road trip to Dearborn, Michigan. She'll be just fine walking down the street there.
Let's all go.
Yeah, it's nice. There's Arabic writing on the walls. For the stores, and it's fine. Today, sunny, a few high clouds, but cold, a high of 31 degrees. Tonight, bitterly cold, a low of 15. And tomorrow, it'll warm things up a little bit around here, a high of 40 degrees with mostly cloudy skies. Let's go into our alarm detection systems traffic center. Oh, what a difference a day makes. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Right on, Amy. It's good to have some good news to report, although there are some issues. In Chicago's Edison Park neighborhood, Harlem Avenue remains closed between Devon and North Shore as police deal with the ongoing barricade situation there. But on the expressways and tollways, traffic is much better than it was yesterday. The Edens and the Kennedy are delay-free right now. Inbound Eisenhower got just a 2-minute slowdown in the area between Manheim and Des Plaines Avenue. Inbound Stevenson delays start at Central, 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Inbound Ryan is 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Gatto Industrial Platers, Inc. is the specialist in zinc and zinc nickel plating. Gatto is big, they're good, and they're easy to work with. Their high production rack plating line has up to a 15-foot capacity to handle any zinc plating requirement. Gatto's 210,000 square foot facility can process 300 tons per day and offers complete custom packaging with available pickup and delivery in the Chicago metro area by Gatto's own fleet of trucks. All of Gatto's products are inspected and certified to ensure that each customer is receiving the best and most cost-effective plating protection. Gatto is home to King Kong, the largest zinc plating line in North America that can zinc plate parts up to 27 feet long and weighing up to 8,000 pounds. For a quote and fast 24 to 48-hour service, call George Gatto Jr. or George Gatto Sr. at 1-800-290-1223. That's 1-800-290-1223. 1-800-290-1223.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
Do you have a family? Would you like to help make sure they'll be taken care of if anything were to happen to you? If you answered yes, you probably need life insurance. Now, Do you think life insurance is expensive? If you answered yes to that too, you definitely need to give AIG Direct a call. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. 1-800-400-8249. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how affordably we can help you protect your family. Call AIG Direct now for your free quote. 1-800-400-8249. You could save up to 70%. That's 1-800-400-8249. 1-800-400-8249.
847-926-0700. This number can bring thousands of extra dollars right to your pocket. The Art House Gallery is back in Chicago. Do you have any jewelry or diamonds, silver, or antiques, paintings, porcelain, Fabergé, high-end pocket or wristlet watches, Rolex, Patek Philippe, IWC, Cartier, Tiffany, or Breitling? If you do, call the Art House Gallery now at 847-926-0700 and get your cash today. Meet in their office in Highland Park or in the privacy of your own home or bank. Call now, 847-926-0700.
Illinois deserves an honest analysis of the problems facing our state. Avoid the spin from the mainstream media and Springfield insiders by tuning in to Illinois Rising every Sunday at 3 p.m. AM 560's Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute tackle the policy and political issues that matter most and discuss possible solutions. So if you're sick of the status quo, then be sure to listen to Illinois Rising this Sunday at 3 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer. AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Star Home Creations in Lake Bluff, Illinois, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And Amy, a little Illinois political news.
Yeah, big news.
Spalding is making his way into the governor's race at Lee. J.B. Pritzker put a couple $100,000 into campaign to get started, and
$200,000.
You know, that's pocket
Drop in
change
the bucket,
for him. But you could have
it's gonna be good.
A battle royale between two scions of wealthy, politically connected families. You've got Diamond Joe Quimby over there, Chris Kennedy versus Spalding. By the way, did you see Chris Kennedy at the Polar Plunge?
Yes, I did.
What was he wearing?
I don't know what that was. And he's still a little puffy.
Yeah, he
needs to watch him. I think his health is in question. Somebody should bring that up. Conspiracy theories.
Well, there's a couple things. One, a Kennedy in the water is bad optics.
Okay, so and then the fake little car he was driving in. Oh,
and number two, he looks like I saw the picture in the Sun-Times when he came out of the water.
Yeah,
he looks like he swallowed Ed Grimley. He looks mental, I must say. Did you see?
Yeah, with the hair. Yeah,
he's this distended, bloated. I mean, I'm just glad he covered himself so we didn't have to see his distended, bloated, disgusting.
Wow.
That body. Am I fat shaming?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Stop fat shaming, Sue.
I'm not.
Dan.
And and as far as Spalding.
Oh, Spalding.
I'm not, Grandpa. I'm playing tennis.
You're playing golf, and you're going to like it.
What about my asthma?
I'll give you asthma.
Dan and Amy in Lake Bluff, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Stop the runaround. Continental Audi of Naperville puts you in the driver's seat with straight talk and no hassle. Plus, we offer maintenance valet service and VIP loyalty rewards after the sale. It's the Continental difference. Right now, lease a sporty Audi A3 for $379 a month, or the legendary Audi Q5 for $399 a month. Continental Audi at Naperville has a large selection, including more than 300 new and pre-driven vehicles ready to drive. Plus, qualified buyers get 1.9% financing on certified Audis. Drive an Audi and feel the difference in your driving enjoyment. Drive an Audi from Continental, and you'll know the difference an exceptional dealership can make. Experience the Continental Audi difference. ContinentalAudi.com.
36-month lease, $33.94 for the A3 due-at signing and $34.14 Q5 due-at signing. Includes first month's payment, no security taxes extra. Subject to credit approval through Audi Financial Services.
Acme Home Insurance.
Yes, I'd like to make a claim.
What are you wanting to claim, sir?
My water heater broke down.
Sorry, but your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover water heater breakdowns.
So what do you cover?
Home damage from things like earthquakes, volcanoes, a zombie apocalypse.
A zombie apocalypse? But that'll never happen.
But if it did, you'd be covered, sir.
But not my water heater?
I'm afraid not.
But his water heater could have been covered with a home warranty from American Home Shield, plus components of 20 other major home systems and appliances, like his electrical system, plumbing, refrigerator, and more. For valuable free information, call 1-800-339-4151. Home insurance can cover what might happen.
Zombies are coming!
But a home warranty helps cover what will happen.
Now the dryer won't work.
Life happens. Have a plan. Get a home warranty from American Home Shield. For valuable free information, call 1-800-339-4151. That's 1-800-339-4151. 1-800-339-4151.
5:57. Let's get an update on the roads now. In our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Michael. Right now, it's all clear on the Edens, and the Kennedy remains delay-free. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Wolf to Harlem, 34 minutes. Thorndale to the old post office downtown. Outbound fine at 29 minutes. Inbound Stevenson, 41 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Farther south, it's heavy, approaching 53 with a crash on the left shoulder. Ryan is 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57 good. Bishop Ford, 18 minutes, 80-94 to the Ryan. No problems to report on the tollways. Traffic is a service of Westin Hotels and Resorts. Westin knows how disruptive travel can be to your well-being, but with rejuvenating heavenly beds, a nutritious superfoods RX menu, and gear lending, when you leave your workout gear at home, Westin will help you stay in control and rise above it all. Westin, let's rise. Learn more at Westin.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
At 5:58, Chicago's Morning Answer continues after a full update from Fox News. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Sun and some clouds today with a high 31, then a clear, bitterly cold night tonight, low 15. Sun followed by clouds tomorrow with a high 40, then a bit of snow, sleet, and rain with little or no accumulation. Tomorrow night, low 33. Spotty showers Friday, high 49. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 19 at O'Hare. It is 21 along Chicago's lakefront. The news, a service of Jewel-Osco. Shop Jewel-Osco and save some green on Harrington's corned beef brisket, just 25% off. Regular retail, fresh green cabbage is just 9 cents a pound, and select Signature Kitchen's frozen vegetables are just 77 cents each, limit 10. Here are the stories we're following on AM 560. The Answer. A police SWAT team is on the scene of a standoff on Chicago's northwest side. No injuries reported. It's not known right now if the suspect is armed. Chicago digging out following 2 days of snowfall, officially 8 inches at O'Hare from Sunday night through last night. J.B. Pritzker moving closer to entering the race for Illinois governor. The billionaire Democrat has announced he's forming an exploratory committee to challenge Governor Bruce Rauner. One man accused of robbing a gas station at gunpoint in Homer Glen, and then he returned to steal a getaway car. Happened at a Speedway station early yesterday on South Bell Road. Police have tracked down the robber. Blackhawks 4-2 winners over the Canadiens. Again, 19 at O'Hare, 21 along Chicago's lakefront. More Dan and Amy after Fox, WIND Chicago News Time. 6.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. She tried to cause a big stir.
What I have here is a copy of Donald Trump's tax return.
But the White House upstaged MSNBC's Rachel Maddow, releasing details from a 2005 tax return right before she did last night, and then called her desperate. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
The tax documents reveal President Trump paid about $38 million in taxes on about $150 million of income in 2005, most of it in the form of the alternative minimum tax, designed to cut down on people taking too many deductions. The documents did not shed any light on concerns about reported ties with Russia. The White House pushed back, saying MSNBC violated the law to push a story about returns from more than a decade ago. Dave?
Now, Rachel, President Trump has tweeted a few minutes ago, does anybody really believe that a reporter who nobody ever heard of went to his mailbox and found my tax returns, and he said it was fake news. The president will travel today.
President Trump will meet with auto executives and workers in Michigan, highlighting what White House spokesman Sean Spicer says is the need to eliminate regulations that hinder job growth.
It's a great opportunity for the president to showcase moves he's already made towards his ambitious Buy America, Hire America agenda.
After Michigan, the president travels for a campaign-style rally in Nashville, Tennessee.
Fox's John Decker. That rally will promote the Republican plan to replace Obamacare. President Trump's revised immigration executive order temporarily curtailing travel from 6 predominantly Muslim countries deemed terror threats goes into effect after midnight. But in several courts across the country, there'll be hearings trying to block it, just like the first order, which got held up in court when challenged by Washington and other states. There's been a lot of this across the Northeast. Cleaning up from that storm that dumped more than 2 feet of snow from Pennsylvania to upstate New York and New England. It's also made for icy conditions on this very cold morning throughout the region, and hundreds of flights are canceled yet again today. This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Changes in Washington are not only affecting the nation's economy, but your families as well. Quicken Loans can show you how to take advantage of a cash-out refinance to pay off credit card debt or invest in home improvements. In fact, you may be able to eliminate private mortgage insurance. No matter what's happening in Washington, it's always a smart move to call us at 800-QUICKEN. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Experience the confidence that comes from working with a mortgage partner that has your best interest in mind. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the 3rd year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN today or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
What's the scariest thing about going to the dentist? Opening your mouth or opening your wallet? Because just a simple cleaning can cost $100, and things like root canals can cost you hundreds more. If you don't have dental insurance to help, you should give Physicians Mutual Insurance Company a call. 1-800-500-0898. This isn't a discount plan or preventive-only coverage. This is real dental insurance that helps pay for checkups right away. So you can call today and get your teeth cleaned tomorrow. Plus, it helps cover the more expensive procedures you might need down the road. Fillings, crowns, bridges, even costly dentures. There's no deductible and no annual maximum. Your acceptance is guaranteed for one of these insurance policies, even if you're retired or on Medicare. There are no networks, so you can choose any dentist you'd like. That's right, any dentist you want. Call and we'll rush you a free information kit with all the details. 1-800-500-0898. That's 1-800-500-0898. 1-800-500-0898.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
With my house here in Chicago, you guys did my first mortgage, and then we just did the second one on a refi. Let's pick my my 3 lenders that my realtor said that he used, and I'm like, they're not going to come close to Zach, but like, let's just play with them. And I did, and they didn't come close. Yeah, they're like, yeah, we can't match that. That's fact. You can't compete with Townstone.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639. Equal housing lender.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Power Trading Radio. Heard Sundays at 2 p.m. Brought to you each week by Online Trading Academy.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Star Home Creations in scenic Lake Bluff, Illinois, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And
very impressive place, I have to say.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. Very nice creations that I from what I understand, I've never been to one, but they're
on sale at Kohl's.
Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yes.
I've heard of these places.
You know, Bed Bath & Beyond, I don't know if we'll have time.
Yes, no, I've heard of them
yes.
in Will Ferrell movies. That's how I understand these places
but
of which you speak.
Great. I can't wait to meet the owner.
And we will talk to him at the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour. That's right. But first, we've got Black Helicopter Down over at MSNBC. The Trump tax returns that they received, 2 pages from his 2005 return, which showed he made a lot of money and paid a lot of money in taxes. So Rachel Maddow was having the exclusive on this, was sort of reaching for the high dudgeon she so often practices. After the reveal, wasn't much of a reveal.
Aside from the numbers being large, these pages are straightforward. He paid $38 million, looks like $38 million in taxes. He took a big write-down of $103 million. More on that later. If you add up the lines for income, he made more than $150 million in that year. Mazel tov. We got these pages. We got this document today from a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist who's better on financial matters than almost anybody else in the business. His name is David K. Johnston. These pages turned up the other day in his mailbox.
Who cares?
Well, because they ended up in his mailbox, and people are thinking that Donald Trump mailed him the 2 pages, but whatever.
He's a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist. Somebody mailed him 2 pages of Trump's 2005 tax returns. Boy, there's that good investigative journalistic work.
Way to go.
That's real impressive.
Way to take one for the team.
All right, for more on this topic, plus all other goings-on the Hill of substance, let's talk Trump taxes. Maybe let's talk about your taxes, too, which you're probably more concerned about, with our friend AB Stoddard. She is the associate editor and a columnist at realclearpolitics.com, as well as a Fox News contributor. AB, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So, Trump, perhaps accidentally, but he comes off kind of masterful again here. All of the controversy with respect to him releasing his tax returns during the campaign, and I was an advocate for him doing so. He didn't listen to me either. But now, with the Rachel Maddow exclusive last night, it turns out to be a big nothing burger. And so now the story dissipates as the source of conspiracy theories for the left, doesn't it?
I really agree with you. I mean, I think that for those of us who follow it closely, we know that he should be releasing all his tax returns because he has bragged about trying to do business either, with Russians, not actually physical, hotels in Russia, but that, he knows the oligarchs and they've all been in meetings with him. And the way to dispel all this Russia stuff is to produce all those tax returns, not the first 2 pages, but the other pages that show where your income comes in and what, debt you have, that kind of thing. But if you look at what happened last night and you're not someone who pays real close attention to this, it looks like a story that, as you said, just diffuses it. Oh, these tax returns, he paid some money. Good for him. He didn't do anything wrong. What's the big deal? Time to move on. So in that respect, I think it was great for him.
Do you think that Donald Trump mailed those 2 pages to Johnston?
Donald Trump impersonated a made-up fictional spokesman in the 80s or 90s.
Right, John Barron, right?
Past Donald Trump. John Barron and John, there's another one. John Miller. John Barron some days and John Miller the other days.
Well, right, but okay, but I mean, if let's just play this out. I mean, there's no evidence to substantiate this, but let's say that he sent the 2 pages. Well, if you believe that he sent the 2 pages, and you're over at MSNBC, which spends every minute of their broadcast time trying to take down and delegitimize the President of the United States, then why would you run with it? You've got to know that this is. I mean, are you so inside your bubble you think this is a gotcha moment for Trump, or
I don't know what they thought, and I'm not saying that he leaked them, but obviously because it says client copy, people think there's suspicion as to someone in the Trump world, the universe of Trump, would have had that copy. It was not the copy from the IRS. It's not some deep state leak. So that's why I say, we can't rule that out. I don't know what MSNBC's thinking is. It was only 2 pages. It wasn't, the stuff that people are really after. But everyone wants a scoop.
And we didn't learn from that, where his income comes from and the nature of his investments.
Right.
Do you think we'll ever,
Well, the Wall Street Journal has done a lot of reporting on that in terms of his public real estate holdings and in other investments, too, and where he's derived income. This much of this is not in controversy other than the specifics of gross income and total taxes paid over the years, which is a legitimate question to ask, and why tax returns should be released for candidates for president of the States.
There's so many legitimate questions, and also, obviously, there have been people running after all the charities that Donald Trump says he gave to, that, embarrassing stories about money not coming in. And there's many reasons. Also, on top of which, you can release your taxes when you're being audited. So, that's a canard to start with. But that's a separate topic. The topic of the leak last night, whether Roger Stone did it or some friend of Trump's, whatever, it's still, I think it's still a good kind of tension buster on the whole Russia story for Trump.
Switching gears to Obamacare Replace, Paul Ryan is out marketing it, and Donald Trump is supporting that marketing campaign. But Senate Republicans still saying that in its current form, it's not going to make it out of the Senate as it moves its way through the House. What's the temperature on the Hill with respect to making some changes to mollify conservative Republican senators like Tom Cotton and Rand Paul?
Right. So that's the big problem. Is there was news out 2 days ago from Politico that Steve Bannon met with Mark Meadows, the head of the Freedom Caucus, the group of conservatives in the House, who just really want a straight repeal and then talk later about repair, to try to do some things to mollify them, one of which would be cutting off the Medicaid expansion sooner, as early as next year, 2018, as opposed to phasing it out in 2020. That's a deal breaker for moderates, but that would help bring the Freedom Caucus on board. So the thinking was, let's get the conservatives on board, let's get it out of the House, and bring it to the Senate and deal with the problems there later. But as I said, that leaves moderate support on the House side. Plus, you have Senator Cotton, who's a conservative and a friend of Trump's, telling House members, don't vote for this, don't take a stand and have this vote on your record if it's never going to make it through the Senate anyway. So he's basically telegraphed to moderates and conservatives, this is going to die in the Senate. Why are you going to do this? So it's really sort of growing the unrest on the House side. Now, you have the same language, because we heard Sean Spicer use the same kind of selling point, that it's now or never selling point that Ryan's been saying this is the closest we'll ever come and maybe the only chance we'll ever have. That's what a unified message between the White House and the Ryan bill and the House leadership. But beyond that, we actually don't know, with all this talk of compromise and managers' amendments coming out from the White House, which page they're on. And so that's really up in the air. And when you talk to members, they're not clear if Trump is in for the long haul to fight, to the bitter end on this vote that, again, may go on to die in the Senate. And then there's new reporting I found fascinating in the Washington Post yesterday that these sort of populist supporters and allies of Trump, like Chris Ruddy and Laura Ingraham, are telling the White House, this is a trap for you. You shouldn't support the Ryan bill because your supporters who help you win in the Rust Belt states are dependent on a stronger safety net. You can't rip away their care, especially people maybe under the Medicare window who are between 50 and 64 who are going to end up paying more. So what is he going to go moderate? Is he going to go for a more expensive bill, or is he going to go down for a pared-down bill to keep the conservatives happy? So everyone's bewildered by the conflicting messages, and we really don't know where the White House is going to come down.
And then Senator Tom Cotton took it one step further. He was on with our brother in sound, Hugh Hewitt, yesterday, and said that the three-phase healthcare plan is, quote-unquote, just spin. I mean, he said there's no three-phase process and there's no three-step plan, that it's just political talk. So how is that making the issue even more decisive?
Because, they're relying upon this kind of strategy of like we're going to get through this, and then we promise there'll be something later. And for Tom Cotton to sort of torpedo that is really harmful. I'm not saying that their strategy is smart. I'm just saying that is their strategy, right? That's their plan. And so for him to do that is really sort of crippling. He's told the House members in his party, don't die on this vote that will, never happen in the Senate. And then he's saying that the White House and Ryan's, discussion, Dr. Price, HHS Secretary, this three-pronged approach is never going to happen. It's wishful thinking. If they need to if he says we can't have a third stage where we get all these great reforms in at the end and really finish changing it all the way we've always promised because we need Democratic votes, then they can go out and try to write a really moderate bill that costs a lot more money, right, and get Democrats right now. But that's not what Paul Ryan and the White House or even Tom Cotton seem prepared to do. So the Democrats have not been brought into these discussions at all so far. And ultimately, if you look at what the end goal is for leadership in terms of timing, the reason they're rushing is because they need to get to tax reform. And the Secretary of the Treasury, Stephen Mnuchin, had said about a week and a half ago, tax reform would be signed by August. They can't do tax reform until they get to a baseline in the budget that they need to arrive at by solving the health care puzzle. So that's why they're jamming it so fast while people like Tom Cotton tell them not to. It's because they're worried they're going to lose their momentum for tax reform.
We're talking to RealClearPolitics.com's AB Stoddard, and it seems to me it's very interesting. It's a lot to unpack because you've got some conservatives, conservative critics that are making political arguments. Others are making policy arguments. Some conservative supporters are making policy arguments, and moderate and conservative supporters are making political arguments, and both suggesting, that if we don't get what I think we should do, then we put control of the House and potentially the Senate in jeopardy in 2018 too. And so we had talked to Grover Norquist yesterday, and I guess it comes down to kind of what are your policy priorities, because if you're going to play the game that the D.C. press corps wants you to play of people covered, then you're going to play the Democrats' game. If you're going to play the game that I think Republicans are in a stronger position to play, which is the fiscal conservatism play, then you want to make the argument that Paul Ryan is making, that Grover Norquist is making. What are we talking about here? We're unwinding $1.2 trillion in federal government spending. We're providing $880 million in tax relief, reducing the deficit in so doing. That was also part of the CBO report, CBO estimate yesterday, or over the weekend and into yesterday, I should say. And so it seems to me Republicans first have to decide what is the policy imperative that we're going to measure success by before they kind of get to what the best decision is.
I agree with you, but remember, that's the big divide. The Trump base is not Paul Ryan's better way roadmap to fiscal sanity that he wrote in 2008 base. I mean, the president's a big spender. A deep tax cut, a wall, increased military spending, roads, bridges, ports, tunnels. None of this saves you money. It's all spending. So when you look at the health care plan, he's promised his voters cheaper, better, everybody covered, no one dies in the street. And so he's not making the fiscally conservative argument. You heard Paul Ryan come out and try to spin the CBO reporters. That's great news, right? Because $334 billion saves the taxpayer. That's good, right? That's a good news for the budget. That's not what the White House is saying. And so you hear Trump saying, the Republicans, I've told them they'll get in trouble by repealing this. Maybe we should let it hang out there. So he's actually frequently talking about the political angle of this, the bloodbath, but at the same time, he's being advised that his true base is not interested in a balanced budget at this moment. They want industry back in their towns. They need jobs, and they don't want their health care after having it disrupted 7 years ago and giving them great anxiety. They don't want to pay. If you're a senior, you don't want to pay 5 times more. Those tax credits they're offering, in some cases, are 50 to 70% less than the subsidies people have been getting. So there's a concern that actually, in the end, the Republican plan won't be enough and that voters won't like it a year and a half from now. And so, I mean, it would be one thing if they were on one page policy-wise and they would stick with their principles and politics come what may, but they're not united on policy, and that's clear.
She is AB Stoddard, associate editor and columnist at RealClearPolitics.com, also a Fox News contributor. AB, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And she joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
I love when we get it right. Forecast for today. Currently, somebody who lives in the 630 area code who texted in, I want that person to know that it is currently 14 degrees outside. Chilly start to your day, going up to a high of 31 degrees. We're going to have some sunshine and then clouds in the afternoon. Tonight's going to be clear and bitterly cold, a low of 15 degrees. And tomorrow we're going to have some increasing clouds and a little bit warmer around here, a high of 40. Let's go into our alarm detection systems traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Northwest side, Harlem remains closed between Devon and North Shore due to an ongoing barricade situation. The Edens is 20 minutes, like Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. Kennedy, 28 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 24. The Eisenhower, 43 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 31. Stevenson heavy, 57 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, and 46 from the Tri-State. Outbound, it's fine. Ryan, 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. Toys are still good. A crash reported on eastbound I-80 at Manuka Road. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
They're here, circling over your head, and they're tracking you down. You feel overwhelmed, like you can't escape. You need a solution to get your back taxes filed, to put your life back on track. You need someone who can keep the vultures at bay and work directly with the IRS to leverage every opportunity to settle your tax debt. Mary Karpowitz, CEO of Comprehensive Tax Solutions, is licensed to represent you before the IRS. Don't let the IRS threaten you. You should never need to speak to them directly. Mary does that for you. Comprehensive Tax Solutions will help you settle your entire IRS tax debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Comprehensive Tax Solutions, family owned in Chicagoland, can be a lifesaver for you. Call 708-478-6770, 708-478-6770, or go to resolveyourtaxproblems.com. Call 708-478-6770 now.
Hey, are you thinking about the IRS right now? Man, if the IRS is coming after you, your problem, your IRS problem is there day and night. You need help to fight the IRS. I recommend you call my very good friend, Attorney Stephen Leahy of Open Tax Resolutions. Hey, he's got a special offer going on right now. If you're not certain about your position with the IRS, he will pull your personal IRS transcripts and find out exactly where you stand for free. Find out where you stand. If you owe back taxes, if you have unfiled returns. Hey, if you're afraid of the IRS, call my friend Steve Leahy now. 312-664-6649. Steve's the host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard every Sunday at 5 right here on AM 560. He's also a really good friend of mine, and I don't know of anybody better in dealing with the IRS. Call him now. Steve Leahy, 312-664-6649. That's 312-664-6649.
Are you stuck in a bad home mortgage? Well, join the club that has about 10 million other American families. But I may be able to help you. My name is Lou Bridges. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Lou Bridges & Associates. We've been helping distressed homeowners like you for over 8 years now. Give us a call. We provide free consultations. I guarantee you it will not be a sales pitch. We will give you our honest legal analysis, counsel, recommendations, and advice regarding your options.
We are experts in doing loan modifications successfully. We know the regs. We understand the process. Most importantly, we don't take no for an answer. We fight. We are prepared, and we win. We save houses. We make houses affordable. So if you want to keep your house affordable, contact us.
Go to bridgeslaw.net or call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231.
Remember, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, I guarantee you'll never be alone in this country.
Today's IT department is more than just a person fixing your computer problem or finding a lost file. It's helping people, and that's what Turnkey IT does. Real people helping your business.
Hello, my name is Phil. I am a network technician at Turnkey IT. I'll help customers with any issues that they have on their computer, whether it be from a program isn't working, or they can't print to a printer, or they can't scan. Like for me anyways, personally, I try to relate to people like, they're having an issue. I want to help them. It's my job, but I also understand where they come from. They need something to work, and that's where I come in. I go and I make it work for them, whatever it takes to keep them happy. I enjoy helping people, and Turnkey is all about helping and being open, being like a family.
Get a fresh start this spring with Turnkey's All-In program, and you could receive all new hardware. Expires April 30th. Restrictions apply. Change the relationship you have with your IT department. Visit turnkey.pro. That's turnkey.pro.
If you have pain, I hope you listen up. Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. You don't need to live in pain. Let me repeat that. You do not have to live in pain. Chronic pain is the worst, whether it's from an accident or pain that just develops. Chicagoland, you're in luck. Dr. Ken Candido is one of the nation's most respected and successful pain doctors. He's been voted one of Chicago's best pain doctors several times. Bottom line, he's the pain doctor you need. Dr. Candido of Chicago Anesthesia and Pain Specialists will help you get off pain medication and all of the side effects. How? By finding the source of your chronic pain and fixing it.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. Let's make you pain-free.
Call Dr. Ken Candido and make an appointment with a cutting-edge, respected, and successful pain physician. Go to mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com. Thousands have been helped with their chronic pain, and you could be the next one. Get the phone number and all the info you need at mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, you remember Ashley Judd. She was an actress once upon a time. Now she's just a left-wing goof. She was prominently featured at that women's P-Hat March.
Oh, yeah, and recited a nasty woman poem.
Nasty. I'm nasty. Like my blood stains on my bed sheets, we don't actually choose if and when to have our periods. Believe me, if we could, some of us would. We don't like throwing away our favorite pairs of underpants. Tell me, why are pads and Tampax still taxed? Ooh, that was a brand name. Why are tampons and pads still taxed when Viagra and Rogaine are not? Is your erection really more than protecting the sacred, messy part of my womanhood? Is the blood stain on my jeans more embarrassing than the thinning of your hair?
I'm sure that was part of the nasty woman poem.
Look, I hope the gentlemen at Muirfield in Scotland are happy, because that's what they're going to get.
Will you stop
now that
it?
they voted in
Well,
women.
on Saturday, she was at a game. Her favorite team is Kentucky, and this fan went up to her and wanted to take a picture with her. And she said his silence was kind of made her a little bit scared. But he turned around when he was leaving. He said, "We love Trump." And she took to social media and shared the experience because she was scared and she felt threatened. Dan, she said that interaction with a man who just a fan wanted to take a picture with her scared her to the core.
Mm-hmm. You all know who I am, what I believe, and what I fight for. You also know I like college basketball. And in college basketball, that's all you'll ever hear me talk about, college basketball, period. Oh, there's that word again. And she goes on to say basically that there should be safe spaces. I feel both for myself and everyone else who has both participated in and is on the receiving end of a hostile act like this. We like Trump. That's a hostile act for her. A hostile act like this which seeks to intimidate. It's not nice. I'm so sorry that our public spaces can be like this.
She thought, he was pleasant, but she felt like it was the rudeness and aggression and disrespect.
Yeah, right.
It was undignified.
Yeah. Here's a question for Ashley Judd that would be interesting to get an answer to. What do you think about the woman who accosted Sean Spicer at the Apple store in Georgetown over the weekend? What do you think about what she had to say and what she did? How would you describe that, Miss Judd? I'd be fascinated to get the answer, but I'm not that interested in talking to her, so I actually really don't care. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Star Home Creations in Lake Bluff.
And coming up next,
Middlebury professor assaulted by leftist students says America has reached a boiling point. But have we? At 6:36.
And later, no more homecoming king or queen at one university. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike.
18 degrees in Chicago. At 6:31, here are the stories we're following on AM 560. The Answer. We're getting a peek at some of President Trump's tax filings. His return shows that the president made $150 million back in 2005 and paid $38 million in taxes.
Donald Trump has, over the years, leaked all sorts of things. Donald has a long history of leaking material about himself when he thinks it's in his interest.
The journalist who broke that story says he received 2 pages of the president's 2005 tax return in the mail and believes, as you heard, the president himself may be the source of the leak. The president expected to announce today plans to re-examine federal requirements that regulate fuel efficiency of new cars and trucks. Meantime, the president then finishes the day traveling to Nashville. Presidential spokesman Sean Spicer continues to challenge the Congressional Budget Office report on the GOP health insurance reform plan.
CBO coverage estimates are consistently wrong and, more importantly, did not take into consideration the comprehensive nature of the 3-pronged plan to repeal and replace Obamacare with the American Health Care Act.
In his daily briefing, Spicer arguing that CBO was very wrong about predictions on Obamacare. The word from Capitol Hill is that FBI Director James Comey is ready to go public on whether that agency is investigating links between President Trump and his campaign and Russia. Carmaker Renault this morning is denying reports that it equipped its vehicles with software that allows them to cheat on emissions tests. Public health officials in Alabama say bird flu may have shown up in 3 of that state's northern counties. Right now, Alabama State Veterinarian has issued a stop movement order for all poultry going in and out of those counties. Here in Chicago, a police SWAT team is on the scene of a standoff on Chicago's northwest side. Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart backing a law urging prosecutors and judges to deny bail more frequently for a range of gun crimes. And Chicago's Ethics Board says aldermen can't accept the White Sox's offer to attend next month's home opener and pregame cocktail reception free. Blackhawks built an early 3-0 lead and hang on to beat the Canadiens 4-2. They are now best in the West, leaping over Minnesota for the top spot. Patrick Kane, Johnny Oduya, Artemi Panarin were able to hit the net early. Corey Crawford stopped 40 shots. The Fighting Illini moving on to round 2 of the NIT. Malcolm Hill 25 as the Illini routed Valparaiso 82-57. Mount St. Mary's in Kansas State on to the round of 64 in the NCAA men's basketball tournament after winning play-in games last night. The news service of CiCi's, now at CiCi's, 3 new deep dish pizzas on the unlimited buffet. Dig into original deep dish and baked-in flavors of new jalapeno cheddar and garlic parmesan. More flavor, deep in every bite, just $5 and change at CiCi's. 6:34 is our time. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager is on board with the Republicans' replacement for Obamacare.
I support the health care bill that the Republicans are advancing, though it is not perfect, though it is not as conservative as one would wish, for the exact same reason that I supported Donald Trump for president. We don't have a choice, and not in the real world.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, great coffee, period.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you?" You don't even look like the same person. He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
6:36. Let's get a check of the roads. We do that in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike and Lyons. Joliet Road is closed from Harlem Avenue across to 44th Street due to a house fire. The northwest side of Chicago, Harlem, is closed between Nevada and North Shore due to the ongoing barricade situation at Edison Park. Edens is 28 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. Kennedy, now 39 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, much quicker in the locals than the express. The Ohio Feeders jam. Outbound 26 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Inbound Eisenhower, 45 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 31. The Stevens Inn is heavy. An hour and 7 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35 minutes. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown, northbound Tri-State. Now slow Plainfield Road to 47th. Traffic is a service of Westin Hotels and Resorts. Westin knows how disruptive travel can be to your well-being. With rejuvenating heavenly beds, a nutritious superfoods RX menu, and gear lending for when you leave your workout gear at home, Westin will help you stay in control and rise above it all. Westin, let's rise. Learn more at westin.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunny to partly cloudy, very cold today, high 31 and a chilly low of 15 overnight. Officially 17 at O'Hare, 21 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, bringing you Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and Rob Curvin, Saturday mornings at 6.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Star Home Creations in Lake Bluff, Illinois, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour, and we're very happy to be here. We'll be talking to the principal of Star Home Creations at the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour, another successful entrepreneurial capitalist.
Yeah, what they do is they sell artwork and big box stores such as Bed Bath & Beyond and Kohl's. So a lot of ladies out there are very familiar with their work.
That's
and
so sexist.
No.
Why can't men go to Kohl's or Bed Bath & Beyond?
Do you know how to spell Kohl's?
Kohl apostrophe S.
Oh, okay, fine. Have you ever been inside a Kohl's?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Are you familiar with any of this artwork?
I'm familiar with it now.
Okay. Stop it.
But
it's good. I didn't know it was a locally owned and operated business.
I want to talk a little bit about higher education, since you spend so much money on it to send your kids to these institutions of higher learning, so many of which have become totalitarian re-education centers. Perhaps a topic worthy of your interest. Listen to this statement made in petition form. Our willingness to listen and respectfully engage those with whom we disagree contributes vitally to the maintenance of a milieu in which people feel free to speak their minds, consider unpopular position, and explore lines of argument that may undercut established ways of thinking. It's all too common these days for people to try and immunize from criticism opinions that happen to be dominant in their particular communities. Sometimes this is done by questioning the motives and stigmatizing those who dissent from prevailing opinions, or by disrupting their presentations, or by demanding that they be excluded from campus, or, if they have already been invited, disinvited. Some students and faculty members turn their backs on speakers whose opinions they don't like, or simply walk out and refuse to listen to those whose convictions offend their values. Of course, the right to peacefully protest, including on campuses, is sacrosanct, but before exercising that right, each of us should ask, might it not be better to listen respectfully and try to learn from a speaker with whom I disagree? Might it might it better serve the cause of truth-seeking to engage the speaker in frank civil discussion? This is a petition of free speech on campus that's authored by and being circulated by Robert George, who's a conservative professor at Princeton. We've had him on the show. And Cornel West.
Oh, really?
The very, very liberal African-American studies professor and philosophy professor at Harvard. Isn't that interesting? It's very
they've
interesting.
joined forces. That's
in defense of free speech on campus.
Okay.
It's very interesting what's happened in the wake of the Middlebury incident with Charles Murray.
Yeah, remind people.
So Charles Murray, the great social scientist, American Enterprise Institute, the author of seminal works like Losing Ground, he was shouted down, interrupted during his speech at Middlebury, which is an elite small liberal arts university, $60,000 a year.
In Vermont, right?
Yeah. And then he and a professor, who was essentially his, campus attaché for the day, her name Allison Stanger, and another administrative staffer for the college were walking on campus where they were jumped basically by a group of leftist
assaulted
students, and one of the students, or multiple students, grabbed the professor by her hair and wrenched her neck, giving her a concussion. And because, this has gone now to this point of violence, beyond the disinviting, which, the left pays no attention to, beyond the shouting down, which the left pays no attention to, but now because, as self-identified left-leaning professor Allison Stanger, who isn't necessarily a fan of Charles Murray, she's doing her job in furtherance of academic freedom and intellectual diversity on campus that day. Now everybody's weighing in. It's very interesting. Now, Robert George has been weighing in for a long time, but Cornel West talking about free speech on campus. Frank Bruni, the New York Times columnist, leftist, hard left. The Dangerous Safety of College, a recent op-ed from Frank Bruni. He writes, the moral of the recent melee at Middlebury College, where students shouted down and chased away a controversial social scientist, isn't just about free speech, though that's the rubric under which the ugly incident has been tucked. It's about emotional coddling. It's about intellectual impoverishment. Somewhere along the way, those young men and women, our future leaders perhaps, got the idea that they should be able to purge their world of perspectives offensive to them. They came to believe that it's morally dignified and politically constructive to scream rather than reason, to hurl slurs in place of arguments. And by the way, this is coming from One Direction. And I don't mean the band.
No, thank you.
This is coming from the left.
Yes.
The students we're talking about are left. The speakers that have been targeted, the subject of slurs, the subject of violence, it's at the hands of the left. Bruni goes on in his piece. Physical safety, absolutely. A smooth, validating passage across the ocean of ideas, no. If anything, colleges owe students turbulence because it's from a contest of perspectives and an assault on presumptions that truth emerges, and with it, true confidence. He's absolutely right, and it's grand that the left is joining us now that a left-wing professor has been assaulted at Middlebury in pursuit of the free marketplace of ideas, because this has been going on in college campuses since before I was in college 20-plus years ago, and I was the president of a conservative speakers bureau at Northwestern, and we had incidents like this all the time in the early 90s.
All right, but did it get physical like this?
Never had violence. Never had violence.
Well, what did you encounter? Didn't you invite Michael Medved to speak, and that was controversial?
Medved spoke at campus. Bill Bennett, who had just recently served as U.S. Secretary of Education, we had him, and then he was essentially disinvited. We had
why?
We had, I mean, this was after I graduated, actually. Bill Buckley. We had Dan Quayle. We had John Doggett, who was a friend of Clarence Thomas. There were protests by FMO, the Black student organization. John Doggett, who was also black, friend of Clarence Thomas, defender of Clarence Thomas. We had him come and speak. That was received with some protest. Nothing like some of what you've seen at Berkeley or Middlebury. Nothing like that ever happened. But I'm saying this has deep roots. This didn't just pop up. But there's interesting because that professor I talked about, Allison Stanger, she wrote an op-ed in the New York Times.
Haven't we had her on the show?
We have not.
Oh.
You're thinking of a different Stang.
Okay.
She writes an op-ed in the New York Times, understanding the angry mob at Middlebury that gave me a concussion. And here's something interesting she writes. She said, from the stage where I sat with Dr. Murray, waiting for students to take their seats, I saw a sea of humanity. Students were chanting, "Who is the enemy? White supremacy." And racist, sexist, anti-gay, Charles Murray, go away.
I see what they did there.
It rhymes.
Yeah.
Others were yelling obscenities at Dr. Murray or one another. What alarmed me most, however, was what I saw in the eyes of the crowd. Those who wanted the event to take place made eye contact with me. Those intent on disrupting it steadfastly refused to do so. They couldn't look at me directly because if they had, they would have seen another human being.
Oh.
See, this is what you have to understand about these professional left-wing agitators, whether they're being paid, in the post-secondary universe out there, wearing their pea hats, or whether they're these emotionally coddled, intellectually impoverished undergrads that Frank Bruni wrote about. And by the way, what you see at Middlebury College, it metastasizes in adult life. It's the same thing you saw by the purveyors of the Race Day seminar at New Trier High School. Those people go to Middlebury, they behave like this, then they go on to behave like that in Tony communities on the North Shore. They're the same people. It's the same mentality. If you disagree with me, if you support something I don't support, you're not human. I don't have to respect you. I don't have to engage you. I don't have to tolerate you, much less, acquiesce to a platform for you, because you're not even human.
Well,
That's
if
how
they
they
made
think.
eye contact, there'd be a human aspect to it.
Well, it's a really.
I mean, she was there, so that's
It's a really powerful
brilliantly
line
written.
from her perspective. And again, it's so fascinating to have the Cornell Wests and the Frank Brunis, and now this professor who's kind of risen in profile through no desire of her own, but she makes some interesting observations.
And she's still wearing her neck brace, and she wrote, I'm still wearing a neck brace and spent a week in a dark room to recover from a concussion caused by the whiplash.
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing she says, though, is that we're at this boiling point. I just want to go back to this because were we at a boiling point on college campuses for the last 8 years during President Obama?
No.
Well, the same stuff that's going on now has been going on under President Obama, too. You know what the difference is? Conservatives don't react like that to liberal speakers or assault professors on campus because they're party to a speaker with whom we disagree. When I was at Northwestern, the school, while I was trying to bring in the speakers I mentioned, the school was financing Ice-T coming in right after he released his Cop Killer album, Sister Souljah,
Really?
Patricia Ireland, the president of Now, all the left-wing speakers. Of course they were. Of course they were. Did we assault anybody? Did we shout anybody down? Did we throw a pie in anyone's face? No. Did we demand someone be disinvited?
Would you go and listen to the speakers?
No, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you behave? Did you make eye contact, Dan?
I did. Because the Aristotelian admonition to know thine enemy. So yeah, I intellectually know what the arguments are so you can respond to them effectively, understand the perspective. Oh, and I understand the perspective. It's a boiling point, though, because of the left's intolerance, because of the left's thuggery. And now the leftist intellectuals who like to think of themselves as enlightened, who like to think of themselves as tolerant, who like to think of themselves as champions of that free marketplace of ideas, particularly on a college campus, now they're compelled to weigh in because of what happened at Middlebury, where they've been silent for the most part all these years. Cornell West, Frank Bruni, this professor at Middlebury who was injured. It's fascinating. But just understand the boiling point. Why are we at the so-called boiling point? It's not like this is equal. This is coming solely from the left when it comes to this kind of thuggery and intolerance. And again, in Frank Bruni, a leftist's own words, emotional coddling and intellectual impoverishment. Mark and Joliet, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, Amy and Dan. I got a question, a serious question. Since college education is to college is to further your education, what employer in their right mind would hire a snowflake who would hate me as an employer, hate my country, and I would have to find ways to fire them because they would want to show up to my company and sit in the lobby wearing pajamas. Who in their right minds as an employer would hire one of these guys?
Well, that's a good question. Thanks for the call, Mark.
Well,
a lot of them are going to be mugged by reality once they got out of places like Middlebury.
And I told you the incident with my family member. The interns, there were 8 of them, and they wanted to change the dress code. So they all signed a petition, went into the CEO and said, we want to change the dress code here. And he said, goodbye, you're all leaving. You don't question authority with this. Goodbye.
Yeah.
But they felt so empowered that they could make a difference and change something that had been established for 40 years at this company. And they said, goodbye. You're leaving. Your internship is over. And they didn't even get the college credit.
You're not at the student union anymore, kids.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Mike on the north side.
Hi, good morning, kids. I had this problem when I was in college back in '81. We had $1,000 a year of dorm funds that we can disperse to certain groups. And one group that made up less than 5% of the dorm population wanted 35% of the budget. And they brought a lot of people to try to intimidate the meeting of all the floor presidents. So I just killed them with kindness. And then a couple months later, I got them with a pizza with X-Lax.
Okay, thanks.
Stop texting me.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Star Home Creations in Lake Bluff, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Lou Dobbs. The president meeting today with Detroit automakers. The Fed is expected to raise interest rates today. Those stories next. Hi, folks. Are you an individual or business who owes at least $10,000 to the IRS? Are your wages being garnished? Has your bank account been levied? Do you have years of unfiled tax returns and you're losing sleep at night worrying about it all? Rapid Resolution Tax Group is a team of tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who have helped thousands of people with problems just like yours. They're accredited with a Better Business Bureau and they guarantee same-day contact with the IRS. If you qualify, Rapid Resolution Tax Group can work towards settling your tax debt for less, removing penalties and fees, and stopping levies and garnishments. They're not intimidated by the IRS, and they promise not to let the IRS intimidate you. Call the professionals at Rapid Resolution Tax Group. They're at 800-601-2929. 800-601-2929. That's 800-601-2929. President Trump is expected to roll back a last-minute Obama administration regulation on tailpipe emissions, and the president will announce a reprieve on fuel economy regulations as the EPA opens review of the Obama-era standards. This afternoon, the Federal Reserve has scheduled a news conference, and the top item on its agenda is an all but certain hike in interest rates. In addition to the Fed action, economic events today include updates on the Consumer Price Index, a report on retail sales, and business inventories. A California judge has issued a final ruling that Monsanto must label its Roundup weed killer to say its ingredients may cause cancer. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
Do you have a family? Would you like to help make sure they'll be taken care of if anything were to happen to you? If you answered yes, you probably need life insurance. Now, Do you think life insurance is expensive? If you answered yes to that too, you definitely need to give AIG Direct a call. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. 1-800-400-8249. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how affordably we can help you protect your family. Call AIG Direct now for your free quote. 1-800-400-8249. You could save up to 70%. That's 1-800-400-8249. 1-800-400-8249.
Gatto Industrial Platers, Inc. is the specialist in zinc and zinc nickel plating. Gatto is big, they're good, and they're easy to work with. Their high production rack plating line has up to a 15-foot capacity to handle any zinc plating requirement. Gatto's 210,000 square foot facility can process 300 tons per day and offers complete custom packaging with available pickup and delivery in the Chicago metro area by Gatto's own fleet of trucks. All of Gatto's products are inspected and certified to ensure that each customer is receiving the best and most cost-effective plating protection. Gatto is home to King Kong, the largest zinc plating line in North America that can zinc plate parts up to 27 feet long and weighing up to 8,000 pounds. For a quote and fast 24 to 48-hour service, call George Gatto Jr. or George Gatto Sr. at 1-800-290-1223. That's 1-800-290-1223. 1-800-290-1223.
My name is David Hochberg, Vice President Lending at Pearl Mortgage, and I'm here with Mark Doyle, founder of Rags of Honor. Mark, what's Rags of Honor, and how is my team at Pearl Mortgage helping?
Thanks, David. Rags of Honor is a silkscreen and apparel company I founded to hire homeless veterans. Last summer, David heard that we were struggling just a bit, and as he always does, David came up with a brilliant idea to help Rags and to do something special for his borrowers. David entered one borrower per household in the Rags of Honor Shirt of the Month Club as a way to thank them for closing their loan with Pearl Mortgage. I'll tell you that David's generosity got us right back on track, helped me make payroll, and actually hired another veteran. I can't thank David enough for all he does to help us at Rags, but also to help any veteran in need. If you want to work with a lender who supports veterans, then call David at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I trust David, and you can too.
Thanks, Mark. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, the NMLS 19186.
We're on the road, part of our AM 560 business tour presented by Signature Bank, and today we're at Star Creations in Lake Bluff. This is part of our tour to celebrate local businesses who are overcoming the odds and succeeding in spite of the many challenges they face in Illinois. We're making businesses great again. We want to give back to the business community in Chicagoland by broadcasting this show live from various locations. Does your business have a great success story? If so, we want to hear about it. Go to 560theanswer.com/business. Fill out the brief form to tell us about how you and your business are beating the odds to serve your clients and community, as we're selecting a few more businesses as stops on our AM 560 business tour to broadcast from your location and share your success with our audience. Go to 560theanswer.com/business to tell us your story. Again, 560theanswer.com/business. And we may be stopping at your location this spring on the AM 560 Business Tour presented by Signature Bank.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we'll talk about Trump's tax returns and your tax relief with Steve Moore from the Heritage Foundation at 7:07.
And looky here, what college campus is removing scales from the gym? We'll explain, but first let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Cleaning up from 2 days of snowfall in Chicago. Not too many headaches here as we recover from yesterday's blast of lake-effect snow. Chicago police release a blueprint for reform of practices. We'll hear from the police superintendent. J.B. Pritzker takes a step toward a 2018 bid for Illinois governor on the Democratic side. Legal help could come faster for those arrested in the city of Chicago, and the ethics board says aldermen should say no to the White Sox. Blackhawks beat the Canadiens, and a sunny to partly cloudy day ahead. Very cold, high 31. Full forecast after Fox, WIND Chicago News Time, 7.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. President Trump has tweeted a question. Does anybody really believe a reporter who nobody ever heard of went to his mailbox and found my tax returns? Well, then he added fake news. This after MSNBC's Rachel Maddow revealed a 2-page return from 2005 given to her by a journalist.
For the record, the First Amendment gives us the right to publish this return.
But the White House says it's illegal and desperate. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, the return shows President Trump made about $150 million in 2005 and that he paid about $38 million in taxes, most of it in the form of the alternative minimum tax. The president has called for ending the AMT in his tax reform platform. He also paid about $1.5 million in Social Security and Medicaid taxes in 2005. The president has resisted calls to release his taxes, citing IRS auditing. The White House upstaged MSNBC by releasing details about the return before the network did. Dave?
Well, Rachel, the president has also tweeted, can you imagine the outcry of Snoop Dogg, failing career and all, had aimed and fired the gun at President Obama? Jail time? While referencing a music video depicting a President Trump lookalike with a clown face in a mock assassination. The president's revised immigration executive order is being taken to court in Maryland the day before it goes into effect, and in Hawaii, too.
A plaintiff in the case is the imam of a mosque who says the temporary ban on immigrants from 6 countries will prevent his mother-in-law from coming to the U.S. from Syria.
That's Fox's Kathleen Maloney. Syria is among the predominantly Muslim countries on that temporary travel ban list deemed terror threats. The first order was blocked by a legal challenge. The Justice Department will today announce charges against those accused of hacking into more than 1 billion Yahoo user accounts, and Russians are among those being blamed. These breaches happened in 2013 and 14. It's icy across the Northeast.
I need a bigger snowblower and maybe some help, maybe my kids when they get older.
He's in New Jersey digging out from a storm. About 1,000 flights canceled again today. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
18 degrees in Chicago. It is 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A SWAT team on the scene of a standoff on Chicago's northwest side. Authorities say officers responded late last night to a call of a distressed man in a vehicle. It's in the 6500 block of North Onarga. No injuries reported. It's not known if the suspect is armed. Jim Talamonte has the traffic story in just a moment. Chicago's is digging out from 2 days of snowfall, storms dropping officially just over 9 inches of snow as you travel from south to north, from O'Hare up to 14 inches of snow in spots around Waukegan. Chicago police are vowing to take further steps to reform the department. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson releasing a 27-page document yesterday. It's full of proposed changes to training, supervision, and discipline.
The challenges we face were not created overnight. In fact, some have taken decades to develop, so they won't be fixed overnight. But it's important to lay the groundwork for where we're heading as a department.
The new reforms are expected to be implemented by the end of this year. J.B. Pritzker moving closer to entering the race for Illinois governor. The billionaire Democrat yesterday announced he's forming an exploratory committee. Democrats see Pritzker as the one candidate who may counter Governor Rauner's personal fortune. The lawsuit against the Illinois Lottery for allegedly scamming players is headed to a federal courtroom. A judge in St. Clair County yesterday moving that suit out of his courtroom. Lotto players say the Illinois Lottery's private manager ended a number of high-dollar scratch-off games before all major prizes were awarded. And the Chicago Ethics Board says aldermen should not accept the White Sox offer to attend next month's home opener and a pregame cocktail reception free. Ethics Board Chairman William Conlon sent out a letter this week saying the package violates Chicago's gift ban because it may be worth more than $50. Blackhawks built a 3-0 early lead. They hang on to beat the Canadiens 4-2. They're now best in the West after a loss by the Minnesota Wild. Cactus League play. Cubs tied up the Brew Crew. White Sox lost to the Mariners. Mount St. Mary's and Kansas State are in the round of 64 in the NCAA men's basketball tournament after winning their play-in games. And the Fighting Illini an NIT win over Valparaiso. The news service of LifeLock, grabbing coffee or breakfast. If you swipe that card, you will leave a trail of digital information thieves can use to steal your identity. Ever hear of LifeLock? Their U.S.-based team of specialists help resolve identity theft issues. Go to LifeLock.com now. Promo code RISK. Save 10%. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You need to understand that the way you build wealth is you do not use the evening news or CNN or Fox to set the tone of your emotions around your investing.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
If you're thinking of changing your investing patterns because you're watching the news, you need to turn off the news. You are in charge of your destiny.
Dave Ramsey. Weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. If you own a home, there's a good chance its value has gone up. In fact, year over year, housing values nationwide have risen by more than 6%, one of the largest increases this decade. Quicken Loans has smart ways to help you take advantage of your home's rising equity. You could take cash out to consolidate debt, or you could refinance to eliminate private mortgage insurance. No matter what's happening with the housing market, it's always a smart move to call us at 800-QUICKEN. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Experience the confidence that comes from working with a mortgage partner that has your best interest in mind. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the 3rd year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN today or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit JDPower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Calling all business owners. Are you running your business without being incorporated? If you answered yes, you are now eligible to incorporate in just 10 minutes. It's a quick incorporation event from Incorporate.com, designed to save small business owners from the risk of losing everything. Just call this number for your free 10-minute incorporation guide, 1-800-300-5124. If you're not incorporated, it's not just your business that can be sued. It's you, too, which means you could lose everything. Your home, your car, even your life savings. That's why small business owners across the country are now scrambling to incorporate during this event. Call now for your free 10-minute incorporation guide while supplies last. 1-800-300-5124. Incorporate.com doesn't provide legal or financial advice. They just make incorporating or forming an LLC quick and easy. But hurry and call now while they're still giving these 10-minute incorporation guides away for free. Call 1-800-300-5124. That's 1-800-300-5124.
7:07 and a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. And in Edison Park, Harlem remains closed between Devon and North Shore due to that ongoing barricade situation. Onarga just west of Harlem. I-80 eastbound traffic is stop and go from the Manuka exit to Shepley with a crash in the left lane. Edens is 32 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 23. The Kennedy is now 59 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 25 from Montrose, 24 the Express. Outbound 31 to the airport. The Eisenhower, 55 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 36. The Stevenson rough. An hour and 14 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 59 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound 35 minutes to 355. Ryan, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive still fine. Northbound Tri-State, heavy LaGrange Road to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial stop and go, 75th to the Reagan Tollway. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935, here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, sunny to partly cloudy and cold, high 31, clear and bitterly cold tonight with a low 15. Not as cold tomorrow, sun followed by clouds with a high 40, snow, sleet, and rain tomorrow night, low 33. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer. Officially
17 at O'Hare, 20 along the lakefront, 19 at Midway. Your next news update is at 7:30 with breaking news as it happens. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos. Heard Sunday mornings at 10.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We are at Star Creations in Lake Bluff this morning, broadcasting live, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. Happy to be here. Amy, you're picking out some of the artwork that you think would add to the decor of your compound in Lakeview.
And a lot of the artwork here is stuff that you can find, or beautiful items that you can find at Kohl's or Bed Bath & Beyond or a creation store. And their motto is making the world beautiful one wall at a time.
I like it.
I do.
I like the motto.
And I like that little ditty over there that you're going to take home for me.
No,
just put it in your car.
I'm not going to commit a crime on your behalf. It's a nice piece. I don't know the stores you speak of. I've heard of them, but I've never been in
Big
one.
box stores, Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know if we'll have time.
Yeah, no, I get the old
movie
school
reference.
Yes. Now, this matter of Rachel Maddow, she's gained in popularity significantly since Trump was inaugurated, having, I think in February, one of her best months in some 6 or 7 years, as the left flee to her as their favorite conspiracy theorist. And now, so she has this exclusive last night, Trump's 2005 tax return. That's not how it was exactly billed. It was Trump's tax returns because, of course, there were Trump tax return parties that the left was throwing during the campaign, and this was one of the Hillary Clinton campaign memes about what's he hiding, his nefarious relationships with foreign dictators, and all kinds of other yarns they were spinning without evidence. So Rachel Maddow was going to set the record straight. She had it.
The big reveal.
And, by the way, it is just a little bit ironic that a network full of on-air talent that is in arrears to the IRS is so concerned about someone who's paid millions of dollars to the IRS. But that irony is lost on them. I understand.
Maybe that's the reason why it was delivered to a certain journalist who then went to MSNBC.
Yeah.
Because Donald Trump here actually paid his taxes, unlike the entire staff here at MSNBC.
Maybe that's what that was the point. It was this, Al Sharpton, this is what a tax return looks like.
Yeah.
You should file one. But that's not what Rachel Maddow offered up when she finally got around to it after other kind of prefatory conspiracy theories. Here was the big blockbuster news that Rachel Maddow delivered about Trump tax returns.
What I have here is a copy of Donald Trump's tax returns. We have his federal tax return for 1 year for 2005. I believe this is the only set of the president's federal taxes that reporters have ever gotten a hold of. What we have are these 2 pages, front and back, from the same 1040 form that you might have filled out when you file your taxes.
Al Sharpton.
Yeah, it was very, and then she went on to detail, great detail.
Aside from the numbers being large, these pages are straightforward. He paid $38 million, looks like $38 million in taxes. He took a big write-down of $103 million. More on that later. If you add up the lines for income, he made more than $150 million in that year. Mazel tov. We got these pages. We got this document today from a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalist who's better on financial matters than almost anybody else in the business. His name is David K. Johnston. These pages turned up the other day in his mailbox.
Ooh.
Wow. I mean, this, again, to borrow a line from Tom Friedman, this is bigger than Watergate. This is bigger than 9/11. This is bigger than, I don't know, what else is this bigger than? This is another blockbuster. It's a nothing burger. All of this. So he made $158 million and he in 2005, and he paid $38 million. It's an effective tax rate of just north of 25%, which is significantly higher than, say, the 18.7% effective tax rate Obama paid taxes at in 2015, the 13% tax rate that Bernie Sanders, Comrade Bernie, paid in 2014, according to his tax returns. So he made a lot of money. And he paid a lot of money, most of it through the alternative minimum tax, which should be eliminated, but he paid it anyway. So I'm sorry,
well,
what's the story?
The left is complaining this morning they don't know where the income came from, and they don't know the nature of his investments, and also they want to know what donations he made and to what, he said he donated this amount of money to certain groups, and they want to see the money trail.
Yeah.
They want to see it on his tax return.
So are you compelled by Rachel Maddow's discovery and disclosure. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. By the way, he also paid, did Trump, per that tax return, those 2 pages. He paid more than similarly situated taxpayers did in 2005, or the 2005 tax year. He was in the top 1/10%.
Right. So there's an AMT. Can you explain that?
Yeah, alternative minimum tax. It's to target the uber wealthy. This was a addition to the tax code in the late 60s, literally to target a handful of uber wealthy. Of course, because of bracket creep, the way the government works. Now it gets down into people that are not uber wealthy, and this is why free market types like me and people that want less taxes on things you want to see more of, like work, wealth creation, we would say scrap the AMT. But essentially what it does, it just provides fewer deductions and other favorable tax treatment because of the wealth that you're generating. And so that catches Trump. But he would pay 3 percentage points higher in 2005 than the average rate for people that were in his category that also were captured by AMT. So, I mean, because remember the whole thing here is Trump didn't pay any taxes.
Right.
Trump is some kind of tax scofflaw, tax cheat. He's, he is the old Warren Buffett. I'm paying at a lower rate than my secretary. That's what we're going to find. And then we'll be able to use class envy politics against him and against the Republican Party. And instead, what you have is, not a lot.
No. But the reporter who received this 2-page document in his mailbox, David K. Johnston, was
Pulitzer Prize winner.
Yes.
Because that's the kind of investigative journalism that a Pulitzer Prize winner does. He checks his mailbox.
He does.
That was what incredible
bravery
work
to walk to his mailbox.
Intrepid reporter.
Well, he was on with my girlfriend last night, Don Lemon, and they talked about who could have sent him the 2 pages.
Do you think it's possible that he could have sent them to you?
Oh, absolutely. Donald has a long history of leaking information about himself. And he doesn't think like most of us do. He doesn't have the sort of framework of what makes him look good or look bad that the rest of us have.
So here's the thing. You cover one conspiracy theory that turns out to be erroneous with another conspiracy theory that is unprovable. That's number one. This literally is. These guys, Rachel Maddow is like Russell Crowe as John Nash in Beautiful Mind in the shed with the strings of yarn connecting dots that aren't connected and having imaginary conversations with Ed Harris. Well, that's where we're going
here.
The
left is saying this morning that this is just a distraction, a deflection from his alleged wiretapping.
Well, I'm sorry. Who is making the distraction?
Trump is anonymously sending this information to reporters so the media could talk about his taxes,
right,
and get a little positive publicity and get away from the wiretapping saga.
And let's run the logic on that. So it was sent to MSNBC for positive publicity. And
remember, he's an executive producer of a show that is on NBC. Donald Trump is.
What does that have to do with anything?
This
is like
ratings.
Rachel Maddow.
No, I'm saying he's helping. He's going to the leftist of the left networks to prove that he's a good guy. That's not a conspiracy theory. I think
he's sending
his tax returns
to MSNBC for positive press.
Because it shows that he did nothing wrong, that he was compliant, that he paid his taxes.
Is that the characterization that Rachel Maddow provided? And by the way,
because she's a hack.
By the way, if they thought this would be positive for Trump, why would they report it? And, by the way, if Trump sent it to them, let's just, for sake of argument.
Or John Barron did.
Let's say, for sake of argument, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Are they compelled to report it?
No, but it's hot. You go with that's...
Well, you can make whatever excuses you want, but I'm saying this whole kind of... They have nothing, so then they say, it's Trump is probably behind it trying to manipulate us. Well, who forced you to air the story? Well, you have to work the logic of your own argument. I understand that is a foreign concept over at MSNBC, where they employ people that have other.
Well, they employ people that don't pay their taxes.
Well, they also employ people who also have fantastical things going on between their ears that turn out not to be true. Brian Williams.
We'll get to that later.
Mark in Plainfield, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dave and Amy. I'd like to point out that not only did Trump pay more than 25% in taxes, how many of his investment are C Corps, which would not show up on his individual tax return unless he paid dividends, which would result in double taxation. And
Yeah,
as
that's
far
right.
as AMT goes, I think every American should pay an alternative minimum tax of $20 a week just before being American. And ironically, 20 times 52 equals 1040. A little CPA number there for you.
You know what, Mark? There's nothing I like more than accountant humor. Thanks for the call.
good.
Appreciate it. Phil on the north side.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. You know, as the cloaked mail deliverer, letter carrier came to the door with the inspector hat on, I was wondering if he's going to deliver the information on where $40 trillion went in the last administration to that guy's mailbox.
Yeah, all right. Thanks for the call, Phil. George in Libertyville.
Hey guys, I got to tell you, you know, if you're a liberal, you have to literally be feeling like an absolute moron in America right now. and Dan, your point is right. He paid $38 million. Well, now he did this on purpose. You know, I'd love to see if he really wanted to show, you know, the stones he has as a great American. I wonder what his payroll tax is and what that guy contributes to the United States, right?
Yeah. Thanks for the call, George.
$38 million.
Phil in Schaumburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, guys. Can I see Rachel Maddow and Michael Madigan's sources of income, please?
Well, exactly.
That's a good point.
I raised it before, but thank you for re-raising it, Phil. So for the leftists, particularly in Chicago, starting with the ballerina who's the mayor, as well as the General Assembly and the City Council and all of Amy's friends in Lakeview, if you're so obsessed about tax returns with respect to the rich and the powerful, make sure nothing is amiss, then explain to me why you don't call for the tax returns of the most powerful politician in Illinois for 3 decades. That would be House Speaker Mike Madigan. Why don't you call for those tax returns to be released? There's someone.
What do you think that guy's hiding?
Well, right, and there's somebody different than Donald Trump who has made tens of millions of dollars, I suspect, by leveraging his public office and being a walking conflict of interest, just like Ed Burke. Ask for his tax returns, too, while you're at it. Why does an alderman in the city of Chicago have a $10 million campaign account that built up over decades and decades? He's another walking conflict of interest. I don't hear the Chicago Press Corps, which is just the junior varsity of the D.C. Press Corps, calling for his tax returns to be released. What about the people leveraging their public office for untold riches, and there's no call for their tax returns? What about those individuals? But you're really, really interested in a private billionaire real estate developer who's been in the public eye for 25 years, made probably $250 million just on reality TV, in addition to all his real estate projects. You're really fascinated by his sources as well. I think everybody's tax return should be released when you run for high office. I've said it from the beginning with respect to Trump. He should, and he should have. But this turns out to work beautifully for him. The left is doing all his dirty work for him by releasing this nothing burger, and it just makes the issue go away, and it makes, as our friend George in Libertyville said, all of the caterwauling from the left for the last 10 months look preposterous because there's nothing there. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Star Creations in Lake Bluff, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Today, no snow, just sunshine, a few high clouds, but cold, a high of 31 degrees. Tonight, a low of 15. And then tomorrow, increasing clouds, a high of 40 degrees. Let's go into our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. On Chicago's northwest side, Harlem is closed between Devon and North Shore due to an ongoing barricade situation on Onarga just west of Harlem in Edison Park. Eden's inbound 30 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 28th at Kennedy. An hour and 4 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 27 minutes from Montrose and 20 of the Express. Outbound 33 to the airport, the Eisenhower. An hour and 10 minutes now, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 39 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 19 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. It's an hour 7 from the Tri-State. Outbound 37 minutes to 355. Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Lakeshore Drive has delays. 67th to Hayes with a crash in the 2 left lanes. And 31st to Stevenson. See heavy delays on the northbound Tri-State starting at 95th. The northbound Veterans Memorial starting before 75th. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Writing job descriptions, sifting through resumes, setting up interviews. Hiring's hard, but Indeed.com makes it easier. Post your job, manage candidates, schedule interviews, all on Indeed. And since independent research shows that Indeed delivers 5 times more hires than any other job site, easy works. Right now, we're giving new users a $50 credit to post a sponsored job on the world's #1 job site. Claim your $50 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms, conditions, and quality standards apply.
War, poverty, and disaster have left millions of children around the world orphaned, abandoned, alone. When their parents can't be there, SOS Children's Villages is there. SOS Children's Villages is the world's largest nonprofit for orphaned and abandoned children. In 134 countries, including the U.S., SOS Children's Villages provides vulnerable children with a loving and stable family, medical care, and an education. Children in crisis are counting on you. To make a difference in the life of a child, go to sos-usa.org.
Hi, I'm Todd Pals, owner of Homewood Bat Company, a top-quality baseball bat made right here in the Chicagoland area. Homewood Bat Company is all about using the best in materials and craftsmanship to create a truly remarkable baseball bat. I've been a client of Precision Payroll for a number of years, and when I started the Homewood Bat Company, I wanted them on my team. From working with me when I had 1,200 employees at another company, and now with less than 50, their service has been exceptional and their value is unrivaled. You want more runs in the game? Give Homewood Bat Company a look. You need a home run for your business? Precision Payroll should be the next call you make.
Thank you, Todd. It is so cool to see you make Americana. Precision Payroll would like to go to bat for you. Call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507. Or on the web at precisionpayroll.com.
Hey, Sean Hannity here with some exciting automotive news. Woodfield Nissan is now offering their biggest markdowns in March. Now, Woodfield Nissan has a huge selection of 2017 Nissan Altimas, Sentras, and Rogues, and more now available with 0% APR financing for 72 months. The time to buy is now. The place to buy is Woodfield Nissan in Hoffman Estates. Woodfield Nissan has a massive Nissan inventory and massive Nissan savings all month long. This will be your chance to lease a new Nissan Sentra for only $99 a month and $29.99 down. Or a 2017 brand new Nissan Rogue, now only $149 a month with $34.99 down. Buy your next new Nissan at Woodfield Nissan, just 2 miles west of Woodfield.
Plus tax, title, license, and dock fee. Example of savings is on a 2016 Nissan Titan XD. Model number 56816. $1389 per $1,000 finance. $29.99 down. 2017 Sentra. VIN 3N1, AB7, AP6, HY2, 18399. $34.99 down. 2017 Rogue. VIN JN8, AT2, MV4, HWO, 05258. Two available at this price.
If you could quickly and painlessly clear your psoriasis or vitiligo, would you?
No matter how big the psoriasis is, no matter how small the psoriasis, we can help you.
Ashley is a clinical specialist for Extract, the amazing in-office treatment for psoriasis and vitiligo that's clinically proven to show immediate results with up to 95% clearance.
What my patients love most about the Extract treatments is it's safe, it's FDA cleared, and they're seeing results very quickly.
End the embarrassing, painful patches and discoloration with Extract. There's no medications, no topical ointments, and virtually no side effects. Extract uses light to transform your skin and change your life. It's covered by all major insurances and Medicare, and will help you find a doctor close by.
I love what I do. I love coming in every day and making a difference in patients' lives. It's amazing.
Call now to live Extract Clear. Call 800-961-9279. That's 800-961-9279. 800-961-9279 or visit xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Star Creations in Lake Bluff, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And Amy, our program director, doesn't think I can tell time because I always blow through breaks.
I don't think you know what a break is, but yeah, that's true.
But this is a serious problem for like your kids and
everyone.
Well, Oklahoma City study, kids ages 6 to 12, only 1 in 10 own a watch, and only 1 in 5 know how to read it.
Only 1 in 5 know how to read a clock.
You know how to read an analog clock.
Yeah, because it's all digital.
Because
everything's
all gone.
digital.
That's
Everything's
right.
on your phone. You don't need to realize how the clock works. And that's scary because also, too, a lot of these kids, they don't know how to write their name. My kids had to sign a passport application, and they put in block letters and all in capitals because there's no penmanship courses anymore. So now we have to teach kids how to read a clock, and we have to teach them how to write their name, at the very least.
What happens when there's a magnetic pulse attack and everything that's digital is destroyed and you have to go back to the analog world? I'm going to survive, and these kids are going to be... Well,
I just remember the wall phone
these kids
era.
are going to be enslaved by robots.
Yes. A lot of kids didn't even know what a phone, a regular phone. What is that?
Did Peyton and Eli know what a phone is?
Well, yeah, from staying at hotels, they can see, that's a phone.
Staying at hotels, what are they doing? Weekend excursions? Where are you?
No, when we go away, they see a phone, a real phone. They're an original phone.
Do they know how to tell time?
I think. I don't know.
Boy.
Oh, boy.
All
You know
right.
what? When I get home, that'll be their homework assignment.
All right, I got to put a call into Family Services. Why don't you go ahead and throw it to Mike Scott in the newsroom?
Yeah, coming up next, we will have Star Creations owner Mark Weingart. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning once again to the one and only Mike Scott.
A chilly 19 degrees this morning. Federal Reserve is left little doubt it will raise interest rates today for the third time since December of 2015 to reflect a consistently solid U.S. economy. But with increases, rates are expected to remain at historically low levels. That means while loan rates for consumers and businesses may rise a bit, they will stay relatively low. President Donald Trump moving against the Obama-era environmental rules today as the president travels to Detroit, where he will announce plans to re-examine federal requirements regarding fuel efficiency. A leaked tax return shows the president earned $150 million in 2005 and paid $38 million in taxes. Former New York Times reporter David Johnston says the document showed up in his mailbox. He suspects Trump himself is the source of the leak, although he has no proof. Strong winter storm that brought heavy snow and high winds to parts of the Northeast, now blowing into Canada. 5 deaths are blamed on the extreme weather. Officials in Alabama say bird flu may have shown up in that state's northern counties. A police SWAT team is on the scene of a standoff on Chicago's northwest side. No injuries reported. It's not known if the suspect is armed. Chicago police are vowing to take further steps to reform the department. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson is not waiting for new consent decrees or others. He's releasing a 27-page document of proposed changes to training, supervision, and discipline. Blackhawks beat the Canadiens 4-2. They're now up on the Wild, top spot in the West. Cactus League play, Cubs and Brewers tied at 7. Sox lost to the Mariners, and Illinois moves on to the second round of the NIT. The news service of CiCi's, now at CiCi's, 3 new deep dish pizzas on the unlimited buffet. Dig into the new original deep dish and baked-in flavors of the new jalapeno cheddar and garlic parmesan. More flavor, deep in every bite, just $5 and change at CiCi's. 7:32, we'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher delivers the numbers on why the Democrats are scrambling.
It's a stunning set of statistics. The grand total during Barack Obama's West Wing tenure, a net loss of 1,042 state and federal Democrat posts. The Democrats are in free fall.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you hiring? Join the over 3 million businesses that use Indeed.com for hiring. Post your next job opening on the world's #1 job site, Indeed.com.
If you're missing teeth or even a single tooth, dental implants are a fantastic way to regain your confidence, your smile, and your dental health. Dennis Prager here. You hear a lot of people screaming at you about dental implants, get it done in a day, or we can treat everybody, or hundreds of thousands of implants. Well, successful implants don't come from an implant factory. What you don't hear talked about is skill, treatment, and installation. These are what make for successful lifelong implants, and that's why you need to see Dr. Naruzzi at Fox River Periodontics. Dr. Naruzzi is the recommended choice of dentists that don't do implants. You need the experience, skill, and honesty that 24 years of dental implants bring. Everyone is different. Don't settle for mass-produced implants. Did you know that there is a difference in quality of the actual implant itself? Some are made to last, and some aren't. Is your doctor being honest with you?
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants.
Call Fox River Periodontics 630-632-7400 or just remember implantsforme.com.
7:34. Let's get an update on the ride to work this morning in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Traffic is snarled on the inbound Kennedy from Canfield to the Bird Circle. It is an hour and 4 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 30 minutes from Montrose, 26 to the Express, outbound 35 to the airport. Eden's 30 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 28. The Eisenhower, an hour and 10 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, 57 minutes from Mannheim, outbound 39 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 14 minutes, 3:55 to the Drive, outbound 38 minutes. Bryan is 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. North on Tri-States, low in pockets, 95th to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to Newark Avenue, Veterans Memorial heavy. 475th to the Reagan Tollway. Traffic is a service of Burger King Breakfast. What's the best place to have your breakfast? How about on a warm croissant? Right now at Burger King, the 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $4. A light, flaky croissant piled high with savory sausage or delicious thick-cut smoked bacon. 2 croissant for $4. Only at Burger King. Price and participation vary. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunny to partly cloudy. Very cold today. High 31. Bitter cold overnight. Low 15. We'll warm up a bit tomorrow with a high near 40. Currently, sunshine and 18 degrees officially. Your next news update is at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour radio show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer. Brought to you by Pearshell Financial Group.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We are coming to you live from Star Creations in scenic Lake Bluff, Illinois. Part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour, and this is a first for the last couple of years we've done this. We're christening a new space today because Star Creations just moved into this very well-appointed space we're sitting in the beginning of the month, and we're pleased to be joined by the president of Star Creations. He is Mark Weingart. Mark, thanks for hosting us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming out. Appreciate having you.
And so this new space, you moved from where to where, and why'd you stay in Illinois?
Good question. I asked myself that driving in today. We moved from Lincolnshire to Lake Bluff, and the impetus for staying in Illinois, it's very interesting. We looked at Wisconsin, like a lot of entities did, going right over the border. You know, that whole Pleasant Prairie area is exploding. And what had happened is it's a good thing that we moved now as opposed to earlier, because entities like Amazon opened up a 1 million square foot distribution facility up there. Actually, they had looked at this facility. It was vacant. And the deal, I guess, fell through, and they're staying up there. But Uline, I think Medline's got something up there.
I'm looking to throw like just a mattress in one of Uline's warehouses and live there to avoid Illinois taxation.
So the issue is that once you get over the border, a lot of the labor pool has been exhausted by these big entities, and the law of supply and demand, the labor rates up there, even though the state mandated minimum wage rate is less than it is in Illinois, which is obviously something we could talk about, but up there it's higher just because supply and demand, because all these big entities have gone up there, and the labor pool is pretty tough up there.
So familiarize people with Star Creations, and your motto is making the world beautiful one wall at a time. Because a lot of this artwork that's in here, I find at Bed Bath & Beyond, at Kohl's, and sometimes Target possibly.
In and out. Z Gallery, Home Goods. Home Goods is a big customer of ours. We do a lot of business there. And, what we basically do is we design or design direct, and we bring in raw materials, and we put together this beautiful product, and we sell it to retailers. We do e-com as well. We're working with Wayfair and Gilt and House and Amazon and all these people as well. So
do you have
basically
anything
it's
from
art?
Do you have anything from the Cubist period? I see.
Yes, we have a whole Cubist line.
Just
for you.
Good.
Just for you.
I'm
calling it the Dan Proft line.
The Dan Proft line.
Well, I mean,
kind of rolls off the tongue.
As a refined gentleman, I'm a bit of a art collector. Of course, only original impressionist painters go up in my well-appointed condo. But this is very nice for
people like
regular
me?
people like Amy.
Oh my God. Wow, I'm going to smack you, but my arm is just not long enough.
Do you want me to get around there? I can whack them
but do you
for
have
you.
in-house artists who design this? Because then after it's designed, then you frame it.
We have in-house artists that are exclusive to us. We also have graphic artists who are exclusive to us, who do a lot of typography, a lot of that stuff that's out there, that live, love, laugh, always kiss me goodnight. Dan,
oh,
looking at you, Dan.
I say that into the mirror every night.
Because he's going to marry himself, so you could say that.
Is it the mirror that's over your bed or the one to the left?
Whoa, hello.
Hey.
Oh, this guy works blue. Yeah. Good grief. Oh, my goodness.
I know.
So the business obviously has to be doing well for you to move into this space. And to tell us kind of, you mentioned some of your big clients that you provide these goods to, but to tell us about the business climate here and the upward trajectory of your company and your labor pool and all of those things that factor into the business.
Well, the way that we operate is it's a very it's fashion forward business, and it changes very rapidly. So what we try to do is be first to market with any new looks or any new trends, if there are any new trends. So we're always trying to be at the forefront of that aspect of the business, because that's what drives this business. People are drawn to the image first, and then the rest of it is what we call the put-up, how it's matted or framed, all those sort of aspects of the product. And we assemble here.
Yeah, it's a huge
made
warehouse.
Made in America. America.
Yeah.
Made in America.
Good.
And, we're really proud of that. And we feel that that's starting to flow back. We do import a lot of finished products. There's some entities where we just can't hit the price points that we have to do business with them. So we assemble here, we cut and join, we cut mats, we do a lot of texturization treatments to make it look like the type of high-end paintings you would have, Dan.
Yes.
Well,
so
at the cost that I could afford.
Exactly.
The stuff that Amy
Mother
would have.
of 12. I do have 12 children. We live in a shoe.
There are. Look, this. You're like a Sam Walton. You're trying to make goods accessible to the underclass.
Nice.
But you said you get your glass now from a local distributor?
Even glass is a perfect example of a lot of things. We used to import the glass because it was cheaper, but because demand within China has surged so much that price went up so high with the duty and the freight that the landed cost is pretty much in line with what we have here. And why tie up money for something to come across the ocean when I could buy it on demand, the sizes I need, when I need them, more sense. Just in time.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So the inspiration for the business in the first place, this is a relatively new business, and it's something you started.
16 years, actually. And the reason behind the business, or the aha moment that happened, I was working for a company that's up here somewhere, who shall be left nameless.
Yeah,
I'm not
we
going to
got
go
that.
there.
Yeah, thanks.
That non-disparagement agreement is still in force.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I had been in the industry for a while, and back in the day, it was completely vertically integrated. We brought in raw lumber and made made molding out of it and treated it and everything. Wow. That was back in Mundelein, and then I went to another entity and was working up in this area, and they were doing just photo frames. So they had a big photo frame business. Their big customer was Target. I think it still is. And they started to segue into art, but the way that it happened was there was a Father's Day promotion that they were being awarded, and basically took a photo frame that they had in their line, took out the face paper. The face paper, for those of you who don't know, that's that beautiful couple that you don't know that's walking on the beach hand in hand that you take out before you put the picture of yourself in there.
Amy used to be a face paper model.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
Nice.
Back when
Nice.
I was younger. But go on.
I can see that.
Yeah.
So, and replaced the face paper with a piece of art that was at minimal expense, and all of a sudden the piece went from being maybe a $2 or $3 piece to being $5, $6, $7 just by adding like a 50-cent piece of art. I was like, well, wait a minute. We just changed this, and now look at the margins. And I remember going to the owner and saying, hey, this is the business we should be in. This is the direction you might want to take a look at going in. You know what the answer was? You're crazy. Nah,
Right.
you know, so.
How every entrepreneur starts.
Crazy like a fox.
Yeah, you're crazy. Right, the crazy entrepreneur.
So you started, that was your aha moment.
That was it. I said,
company.
you know what, that's a space that we wanted to occupy. Plus, it's fun. It's a fun business. It's dynamic. The people who are in it are very creative, very interesting people. Go to different shows, attend all these industry-related shows, and meet a lot of interesting people. They're usually in some nice places as well.
Now, do you license imagery? Like, for example, if you wanted to use my likeness in some of your work, I'm sure we could work out a deal.
Huge demand for that.
Yeah, make it into a doormat.
Yeah. Well, fine. Hey,
I was going to say walk all over prop when you get inside the house.
But yeah,
the prop shower curtain could be a hot seller.
Exactly.
Trivet.
licensing. You know, high profile, good-looking people like myself.
We do not do licensing as yet, but we work with a lot of publishers, again, all domestic, and they do a lot of licensing. So some of the imagery we have, we try to resize it, recolor it, remake it so that it's not what you'd see on a coffee mug or on a shower curtain or tablecloth or, you know, wherever you may have Dan's face prominently displayed in your home.
Yeah. Yes. And you have shadow boxes, too, that you sell with shells inside.
That's our natural elements line. It's really cool. It's seashells, shadow boxes. We actually have a piece. If you look at that piece up there in the corner, there's actually seashells and sand in the frame. So it kind of moves around depending on how you want to display it.
It's like an Etch-a-Sketch.
Very cool stuff.
Very cool totally. Stuff. It's like the old school Etch-a-Sketch.
But also, too, you sell clocks. And from our last story, that 4 out of 5 kids in Oklahoma don't know how to tell time.
We're gonna do a field trip for the kids from Oklahoma. We're gonna bring them through here and show them the clock museum that we have here. It's actually our showroom of clocks. We sell decorative clocks, less than the functional ones, very more decorative, and mirrors as well. Mirrors is a huge category. So decorative mirrors, clocks, framed art, art under glass, canvas, shadow box canvas, texturized canvas, embellished canvas. There's so many different permutations now because you're always trying to take something to the next level and really differentiate yourself from what's out there.
Well, it's a great business, and the product lines, again, are available at a bunch of stores I've never been to, but Amy, you know
Home
them.
Goods, Bed Bath & Beyond, Kohl's.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so you get Star Creations
this is
at
great.
The big box mall near you.
Oh, wait.
And now we've got to christen the new space here, like
So I
Judge
have a bottle.
Give a little toast.
The Flying Wasp.
Give a little.
I have.
It's easy to grin.
This is a nice.
Yes.
When you're service.
Yes.
I don't remember.
Oh, dear.
It's easy to grin.
I'm not looking.
Your chips come in.
That was real, by the way. That was not a sound effect. That was real. This is a great bottle. This is art. This is the Argyle. This is from a trip to Portland.
It's champagne. It's
champagne.
Sparkling wine.
Well, you'll like it, Dan.
Okay.
It may not be. My God, Dan.
He's so high maintenance.
All right, I'm making mental notes.
I'm intolerable.
Original art by the masters. High-end premium champagnes. What else? Am I right? Am I getting there, Amy? Am I on the right track?
A little Schaumsburg was too much to ask. Really?
Wait. These aren't crystal, Dan. Is this going to be okay for you?
Uh-oh.
I'll slum it today.
Oh God. We better have it. Do you have a medic on staff or something? Do we have somebody we can call in case he seizes up?
Yeah, he'll be fine.
All right.
All right.
Sure.
Yeah, there you go.
So here's
That's
a little
nice.
for
There
you.
you go,
Yeah,
Dan.
spill a little in the glass, Mark.
Wow, that's for a
It's
little
bubbly-
Barbie doll
it's
drink.
bubbly- It's bubbling up. If you,
Look,
if it-
it's a shot of
This is nice.
champagne.
Yeah, this is nice.
Do you have you poured champagne? Do you need help, Mark? I can help you. I was a barmaid for 4 years. I can help.
It's easy to
Thank
grin when your ships come in and you've got the stock market beat. But the man who's worthwhile is the man who
Man
could
can
smile.
when his shorts are too tight in the
okay, Pookie. Okay, Pookie. All right.
Yes.
Okay, score for fun.
All right.
You do the toast.
Yes.
Cheers to a bright future.
Oh,
And I'd
there
like
you
to
go.
take
There
this
you go.
opportunity to thank Signature Bank in the
Yeah.
house for supporting us all these years and helping us grow and continue to support us. Thank you very much. Cheers, guys. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you. He is Mark Weingart. He's the president of Star Creations, the AM 560 business tour with Signature Bank at Star Creations today. And Mark gets the final word before we drink.
One more throw out to my good friends at Impact. I've heard you've been out there,
Yes,
by the way. Quite
last
a place.
year.
Quite an outfit, too. They've been helping us with all of our IT needs, our printing needs. Great people. Thank you to them.
To entrepreneurial capitalism in Illinois.
Yes. Hear, hear. Thank you.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
17 degrees right now, going up to a high today of 31 degrees under mostly sunny skies, a few high clouds out there, but no big deal. What a difference a day makes. And then tonight, clear and bitterly cold, a low of 15 degrees. And tomorrow, we're going to have some sun, some clouds, but a little bit warmer, a high of 40. Let's go into our alarm detection system's traffic center. Here's Jim Telemonte. Is Harlem Avenue still closed?
It is, Amy, in the Edison Park neighborhood on the northwest side. Harlem still shut down between Devon and North Shore due to the ongoing barricade situation. A police response on Onarga just west of Harlem. Eden's 25 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 29. The Kennedy, an hour and 4 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound it's 35 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour and 16 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, an hour 3 from Manhunt, outbound 51 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 14 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38 minutes. Bryan, 34 minutes, 95th to downtown, southbound Lakeshore Drive, bottled up Hollywood to North Avenue, and 18th to the Stevenson, northbound Marquette to 57th, 31st to the Stevenson. Northbound Tri-State's low 95th, most of the way to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial, Fountain Toll to the Reagan Tollway. Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Check out the Glock event this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. All the latest Glock firearms will be featured and on sale this Friday through Sunday and only at Point Blank. Point Blank Range and Gun Shop offers a state-of-the-art indoor shooting range, an extensive inventory of firearms and ammo, and a supportive, knowledgeable team. The Glock event is this weekend at Point Blank Range and Gun Shop. Check out shootpointblank.com for all the Glock info. Some restrictions may apply.
Don't you just hate how the games are on while you're at work? Solution, watch the games in comfort with an affordable ergonomic office chair from VPOE, Villa Park Office Equipment. Some people only watch March Madness for the upsets. Well, it's time to get rid of that old squeaky office chair and stop upsetting your coworkers. Run down the court now to the champs at VPOE, Villa Park Office Equipment. A slam dunk every time. 1120 North Villa Avenue in Villa Park. View their entire inventory online at VPOE.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's opponents on Man versus Train. At the crossing, we have Rick, a 175-pound frustrated man who's running late for work. And on the tracks, we have Bull, a million-pound freight train that takes a mile to stop. Let's see who comes out on top.
You can't beat a train, so don't try. Stop. Trains can't. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Your business is growing, which means now you need to hire more people.
Oh, the searching. The emails. Where do we start?
ZipRecruiter. Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, ZipRecruiter makes hiring simple. One click and your job is posted to over 200 job sites. Use ZipRecruiter's dashboard to easily screen and evaluate candidates and find the right hire fast. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. Now try ZipRecruiter ZipRecruiter free. Just click the banner now or go to ZipRecruiter.com/easyhire. That's ZipRecruiter.com/easyhire.
Okay, from the start.
Acerola cherries.
Alfalfa leaf, aloe vera, apples, asparagus, banana.
Beets, bell pepper, broccoli.
Your grandma probably told you, you are what you eat. But it's hard to eat right. So to supplement, you take those chemistry set vitamins. Instead, you could get something natural that actually is good for you, like Texas Superfood.
Pineapple, oranges, sweet potatoes, papaya, parsley, peach.
Hi, I'm Dennis Black in Dallas, Texas. Texas Superfood is 55 raw, vine-ripened fruits and vegetables. In a capsule or a powder, you can see them all at TexasSuperfood.com.
I feel great. I look great. Sex drive's better. Everything's better.
Pharmacists, doctors, and nurses all recommend Texas Superfood.
Since I've been on Superfood, I haven't been sick.
It's borderline shocking how much energy I have.
To order, go to TexasSuperfood.com or call us at 877-55-TEXAS. That's 877-55-TEXAS. It's TexasSuperfood.com and the number 877-55-TEXAS.
Fruits and vegetables are one of the very best, if not the best way to help protect your body from many of the lifestyle diseases plaguing our nation. Eating over 10 servings of fruits and vegetables daily will help build your immune system to over 720% and is the single most important thing you can do for your health, along with diet and exercise. Why are fruits and vegetables such a powerful health consideration? Because they contain tens of thousands of phytonutrients prepared especially by Mother Nature to nourish our body on a cellular level. Dr. Howard successfully formulated and perfected a mix of 31 different fruits and vegetables and scientifically removed the water and air through a proprietary cold vacuum system, reducing them into a super powder which maintains 99.9% of its nutrient value, then packaging them into vegetarian capsules ready for consumption. Here's Dr. Howard.
What does good nutrition not benefit? Can you name anything that good nutrition will not help? It's not a cure-all. The scope of what it can help is so wide because our bodies are really fabulous, amazing chemical laboratories. Everything that functions in your system is a chemical response. Keeping that chemistry in balance and keeping the cells communicating with each other the very best possible way is absolutely the best way to reduce your risk of disease and also help your body help itself even fighting most of these diseases.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Folks, how much is great service, low closing costs, and competitive interest rates worth to you? At Townstone Financial, it's priceless. Hi, Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
Anyone who wants a wonderful experience and they're seeking a refi mortgage or just original mortgage, go with Townstone because they are very, very exceptional with their service. The quality of the people is great. My expense for the loan and my payments per month are much less than anybody else who I had talked to.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639. Equal housing lender.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. Don't treat your friends like you treat your enemies. Conservatives, understandably disappointed with component parts of the House GOP's Obamacare replacement proposal, and I am one, should remember this rule. You may disagree with Speaker Paul Ryan as to what the best offering the GOP can muster is, which is fine, but Ryan is not an enemy inside the perimeter of the conservative movement. Some argue Republicans should discard the filibuster and require only a simple majority vote so that a more market-oriented reform can be offered. Okay, but many Republicans in the Senate, beginning with its majority leader, are reluctant to do that. Some argue any concession that health care and by extension health insurance is a right to getting an entitlement is unacceptable. Okay, but I don't hear critical conservative legislators lodging the same case in advance of a repeal and replacement of Medicare. The GOP needs to act quickly but not be hurried. A proposal needs to be decisively presented, marketed, and moved because it takes time to deliver impact. A year from now, Republicans need to be in a position to make healthcare an election referendum question. The failure to deliver positive movement away from Obamacare will turn that question over to the Democrats.
AM 560, The Answer.
Let not your heart be troubled. Listen to me, Sean Hannity. I'll have the latest news and what it all means for you. It's coming up at 2 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Mr. Weingart, what can I get for this much money? Amy's pulling her change purse and crumpled dollars together to see what she can buy at Star Creations.
Yes. Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Camille Paglia sets men free at 8:08.
And later, what university is getting rid of scales and why? But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan cleaning up from 2 days of snowfall in Chicago. Chicago police releasing a blueprint for reform of their own practices. The U.S. representative says he's waiting for guidance on finding a new U.S. attorney. And the ethics board for the city of Chicago says aldermen shouldn't take free White Sox tickets. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. 15 hours before President Trump's revised immigration executive order takes effect, temporarily halting travel from 6 predominantly Muslim countries deemed terror threats, there will be 3 attempts to block it in court, just like the first order. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
Dave, hearings are set for today in Seattle, Honolulu, and the first up this hour in Maryland. The one in Seattle was set by U.S. District Judge James Robart. Remember, now he's the one who issued the injunction that stopped the president's first travel ban executive order. That hearing today is on a private suit against the ban, and it's separate from the suits brought by some states. It will suspend the travel ban, will suspend the issuance of visas to citizens of Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen for 90 days, and it stops all refugee admissions for 120 days, Dave.
Sonny, the White House called it a desperate attempt for ratings. MSNBC revealing a 2-page Donald Trump tax return from 2005. The president angered Democrats refusing to release his returns in the election campaign, and they claimed he might not have paid any taxes for years. Now, this shows the president earned about $150 million and paid about $38 million in taxes.
The journalist who actually obtained the tax returns, the 2 pages, they were put into his mailbox. He thinks they might have been put there by the Trump administration. He says his big reveal is that Donald Trump paid $31 million in alternative minimum tax, which he's against. He said without that, he would have only paid like $5 million.
Fox's Trace Gallagher. The president tweeted this morning, does anybody really believe a reporter nobody's ever heard of got those returns in the mail? He also tweeted CEOs are more optimistic than they've been since 2009 as he pushes his deregulation plans. Going to Michigan later today. Tonight he'll hold a rally in Nashville. In Iraq,
we are defeating ISIS snipers in these surrounding buildings.
That's an Iraqi general after they killed a top ISIS commander in western Mosul as Iraqis take more of the city back from the Islamic terrorists. Aid groups are now able to deliver food and water to residents no longer under ISIS control. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
In Chicago this morning, 17 degrees, sunshine, 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A police SWAT team remains on the scene of a standoff on Chicago's northwest side. No injuries reported. It's not known if the suspect is armed. Chicago's digging out after 2 days of snowfall. National Weather Service officially says nearly 8 inches fell at O'Hare from Sunday night through last night. Chicago police vowing to take further steps to try and reform the department. Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson releasing a 27-page document yesterday. It's full of proposed changes to training, supervision, and discipline.
The challenges we face were not created overnight. In fact, some have taken decades to develop, so they won't be fixed overnight. But it's important to lay the groundwork for where we're heading as a department.
The new reforms expected to be implemented by the end of this year. J.B. Pritzker moving closer to entering the race for Illinois governor. The billionaire Democrat yesterday announcing he's formed an exploratory committee to challenge Governor Rauner. There are already a handful of other Democrats in the race. Chicago's ethics board says aldermen should not accept the White Sox offer to attend next month's home opener and a pregame cocktail reception free. Ethics board chairman William Conlon sent that letter out. Last fall, the board forbade aldermen from accepting face value playoff tickets from the Cubs unless they were serving in a ceremonial role. Blackhawks over the Canadiens, 4-2, Cactus League play. Cubs a 7-all tie with the Brew Crew. White Sox suffered a 7-6 loss to the Mariners. Illinois moves on to round 2 of the NIT with a rout of Valparaiso. Mount St. Mary's and Kansas State move on in the NCAA men's basketball tournament, winning their play-in games last night. The news, a service of Mothers Against Drunk Driving, supporting victims of drunk driving, drug driving, and underage drinking at no charge. Call their 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MAD-HELP, or visit mad.org. That's MADD.org. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat from the Fox Business Network and a service of Turnkey.pro. Here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, stock futures are higher this morning as investors wait for the Federal Reserve meeting to wrap up today. The Fed is expected to raise short-term interest rates for only the third time in 10 years. Netflix is stepping up its movie business. Veteran producer Scott Stuber will head the movie unit at Netflix. Stuber is a former Universal Pictures executive. MarketWatch says Stuber turned down an offer to run Paramount Pictures. Lufthansa says it has reached an agreement with its pilots that should end the dispute over pay and other contract issues. Everett, Washington is suing Purdue Pharma, the maker of OxyContin. The city is accusing the maker of the pain medication of knowingly allowing pills to reach the black market. The company says the lawsuit paints a flawed and inaccurate picture. The Dow was down 44 yesterday. NASDAQ dropped almost 19. S&P declined 8. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Jenny Cosola.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Right now is a great time to buy a home. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or an experienced one, Quicken Loans has many options that may be right for your unique financial situation. We can even show you how to get pre-approved for a mortgage with as little as 1% down. That's only $2,000 down on a $200,000 mortgage. No matter what's happening with the housing market, it's always a smart move to call us at 800-QUICKEN. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.18%, APR 4.35%. Experience the confidence that comes from working with a mortgage partner that has your best interest in mind. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the third year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN today or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
8:06. Let's get a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. And at Edison Park, Harlem is still closed between Devon and North Shore due to that barricade situation. Oswego, Plainfield Road, and between Oswego and Plainfield. Plainfield Road's closed. Douglas to Southfield with a crash. Eden's 23 minutes, like Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. Nothing Kennedy. An hour and 12 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 38 minutes from Montrose, 29 on the Express. Outbound 38 to the airport. The Ike, an hour and 24 minutes. Thorndale to Falloop, an hour and 8 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 49 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 14 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 38 minutes. Bryan is 37 minutes. 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbounders are delayed now 120 to 176. Northbound Southwest Highway most of the way to 31st and from the Reagan all the way to North Avenue. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Sun and some clouds today with a high 31, then a clear, bitterly cold night tonight, low 15. Sun followed by clouds tomorrow with a high 40, then a bit of snow, sleet, and rain with little or no accumulation. Tomorrow night, low 33. Spotty showers Friday, high 49. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Officially 18 at O'Hare, 20 along the lakefront. Next news at 8:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Star Creations in Lake Bluff, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And this segment goes out to you real men out there. All right?
Excuse me?
We found our leader. This is for the fast-driving, gun-toting, cigar-smoking American male.
Merc.
All right? And our...
Can I play?
Because
I'm transitioning to Tom.
That's right.
I already used the men's washroom.
I understand. That's not part of the red-blooded American male demographic, but you can participate, of course, because it's not just for men, but it's my angle on there because we found our leader.
Okay.
We have found our leader, and she is a radical lesbian feminist who once wrote an essay about 20 years ago entitled "Why I Adore the Penis." Her name is Camille Paglia.
Oh,
she's she really is one of great intellects.
Yeah.
Even though she's kind of all over the place, she's not a conservative. I read Sexual Personae in college, all 700 pages worth, and if you haven't read it, you should.
Is that my homework assignment for tomorrow?
That is.
I could just peruse
Pick
through
that
700
up.
pages.
She has a new book out.
Oh, really?
The book is entitled "Free Women, Free Men," and she did an interview in advance of the book. We're going to effort to get her on the show. I've talked to her before, and she's just a fascinating person to speak with. She really is just so entertaining and intellectually robust. She says in this interview, "What I'm saying in Free Women, Free Men is that women can never truly be free until they let men be free too, Amy."
Yes.
Which means that men have every right to determine their own identities, interests, and passions without intrusive surveillance and censorship by women with their own political agenda.
Amy.
Yeah, exactly. I will tweet this, gentlemen, so that you can cut and paste it and give it to your wives and girlfriends.
Stop it.
Paglia goes on to say, for example, if there's an official women's center on the Yale University campus, which there is, then there should be a men's center too. And Yale men should be free to carry on and carouse there and say whatever the hell they want to each other without snoops outside the door ready to report on them to totalitarian sexual harassment offices. That's why I like Camille Paglia.
You need your safe space too, right?
What this is
But then the left and the women would complain that they have a men's club. That's not fair, even though we already have a women's club at this university.
Yeah, you have a women's center, but no men's center. Right? And the whole, because the left's premise, of course, is there's no difference between the genders, and there's no gender now. That's the version 2.0 of the sexual revolution. No difference between them, now there's no gender. But in point of fact, there is, and everybody knows it. And so the left perpetuates this fraud, and leftists, live life in this pantomime, ridiculous pantomime, that there is not a difference. And you know what an example of this is?
What?
Women smoking cigars.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Stop it.
Well, no. That is not a gender bias item, a cigar. Women can smoke cigars.
Well, I'm not talking about legally.
I know.
I'm talking about just stop trying to be one of the boys. Just knock it off.
Oh, really?
Knock it off. It is a filthy habit, which I have.
Which you can do, but I can't smoke a cigar.
No, you can. It's not. This is not ability or legality.
Right. It's a moral issue?
A woman will
crossing the invisible gender line.
Exactly. Let me just explain something. And but 312-642-5600 turnkey.pro answer line 64636 DA turnkey.pro text line. Yeah, could you fill up my champagne flute?
Okay,
for this real
here
man.
You go, you little sissy. All right, drink up.
No, but listen, I want to hear from real men if there are any left besides me.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line.
Thanks, Dom. So here's the thing with cigars.
Yes.
A woman will never understand what it's like for a couple, 3-4 guys to sit around at a well-appointed club or cigar shop.
Maybe one in Elmwood Park?
Elmhurst.
Elmhurst.
Yes, Elmhurst Cigar House or Biggs downtown or other places I may
well, Dickie
frequent
used to have a
that I'm
cigar
not going
room
to.
that I used to go to.
Who did?
Dicka, Coach.
Oh, yeah, of course. But before the ban.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there
That's where
are
I've
there are
been.
places, there are cigar clubs, but you're never going to understand the camaraderie and what's exactly going on. It's a whole experience, but it's a male bonding thing. And when you have a woman in there, and I see this at Biggs, and I see this other places, and Biggs is a great place. It's a wonderful club.
Does it ruin it for you, Dan?
I mean,
do you die a little inside?
You might as well allow women to be members at Muirfield. Oh wait, that happened too.
That happened too.
Yeah, Muirfield, 1744. They went almost 300 years without a woman, and now all of a sudden, because there's no men left in Scotland anymore, as is
they all wear
the case
skirts,
here.
So oh yeah, I said it. They all wear skirts.
Oh, that is an ethnic slur.
Oh, ooh.
Willie the groundskeeper is coming for you. So Muirfield is now going to admit women the way Augusta caved.
The world's going to end.
I'm just thankful that in Illinois, one of the few nice things about Illinois is
the bobolinks.
You got a bobolink, you got a butler, you got an old elm, you got a black sheep, and those are all male only clubs. So, but this is what Camille Paglia is saying. It's just
let
back
boys
off.
have their space.
Stop feeling the need to corrupt everything. We don't feel the need to corrupt everything where you guys congregate.
Well, you guys have applied for waitress positions at Hooters.
I know, and what did real
Wrong.
men? We ridiculed, and to Hooters' credit, they ran an ad campaign with how absurd that is. Those aren't real men. Those are the feminized men.
And I'm going to have to disagree with you on golf. I mean, we can keep up the pace of the game. We actually hit the ball straight and down the fairway. It is you guys who take longer on the links because you lose your balls. And trust me, you lose your balls in more way than one.
Oh, boy.
Metaphorically speaking. But remember when we went
I feel them shrinking.
golfing in
my golf balls.
Los Cabos? I mean, one ball, and that was on the 18th hole due to darkness. And I kept up with the pace of the game, and I actually played a little bit better than you. So I think that the fact that well, let's ask Garrett.
Okay, let's not.
No, but then you say I did better because I had the ladies' advantage of the ladies' tee, which I did.
You're a good player, and it's fun to play golf with you. So that's not the issue. The issue is not like women playing golf or playing golf with women. I'm fine to play golf with you.
But then why don't you want women to be allowed in the bobolinks?
It's not about to be allowed. It's just like if a club wants to form around this idea that it's men only, then just back off, because there are a myriad other clubs, whether we're talking about golf or
but
cigar
you want
clubs.
it because you can't have it.
Well, that's the point. But and Camille Paglia's point is just take the chains off.
Well,
free us, baby.
Well, in El Paso, the El Paso Country Club didn't let women golf, and myself and another person, little sticklers about it, little thorn in their sides, and then they allowed women to play golf on Tuesdays from 2 to 4. Isn't that nice? Because we both worked the night shift, so we couldn't golf then anyway.
Let me tell you something else.
So I poked the bear once in my life.
Yeah, but it's I know you're just like.
And your cigar shop, I really don't want to go in your smelly cigar shop.
Good.
I don't like cigars. And I feel like I smoke cigars because after you smoke a cigar and you come in the studio and you start sweating, it smells like a cigar shop.
That's because I'm a disgusting, morbidly obese old man. And just let me enjoy it. Why can't you just let me be? Why can't you just let me have a few things in life that I enjoy and just shuffle off this mortal coil in peace? What is so wrong with that? There's something else Camille Paglia says. This is great. Because she takes on Sheryl Sandberg in the, the no labels crowd and the don't use the word bossy.
Yes.
Remember the whole bossy
because it's got a negative
campaign?
connotation.
Yeah. She says in the interview, Camille Paglia, the leader of the male freedom movement, it's an absolute outrage how so many pampered, affluent, upper-middle-class professional women chronically spout snide anti-male feminist rhetoric while they remain completely blind to the constant labor and sacrifices going on all around them as working-class men create and maintain the fabulous infrastructure that makes modern life possible in the Western world. Only a tiny number of women want to enter the trades where most of the nitty-gritty physical work is actually going on, plumbing, electricity, construction. Mm-hmm. Women have played virtually no role in the erection of those magnificent towers, in every major city in the world. It's men who operate the cranes or set the foundations or wash windows on the 85th floor. It's men who troop out at 2 a.m. during an ice storm to restore power to neighborhoods where falling trees have brought down live wires. It's men who mix the stinking, toxic cauldrons to spread steaming hot tar on city roofs. And
there's some female roofers.
Well, it's not exclusive, but it's primarily.
I know.
That's not arguable.
And in the coal mines, it's predominantly men.
Yes.
Jobs that women don't want to have.
And here's the thing she says.
But men make the world work.
Here's
Look
the thing.
At you own the world, we run it. Wait, what do I always say? You rule the world, but we run it. Yeah, we do. Just admit it.
As if you let me smoke cigars by myself with other men, then I'll admit anything. Here's what she says about Sheryl Sandberg.
Yes.
I thought her best-selling book, Lean In, was utterly dishonest in failing to acknowledge how the affluent lifestyle of women executives like herself requires a rotating squad of servants and nannies whom she has carefully kept invisible. I argue that country women of the agrarian era were physically and mentally stronger than today's high-profile feminism-spouting women careerists doing their Pilates and spinning routines at their pricey gyms. I'll tell you what, if you don't love Camille Paglia, then I don't know, because it's a love that cannot be consummated because she's a radical feminist lesbian who's 30 years older than me. But that notwithstanding, I love Camille Paglia, and I hope you love her too. And we're going to take your calls, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Real men and women only after this.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Yeah, I got a text message from one of my dear friends. I played Muirfield, the most pretentious jag-offs ever.
I don't think you can say that word on the air, but let me tell you something.
I'm sorry.
You
told me to read it.
We like it that way. I thought you would self-edit. This is why men need to be around. You potty mouth.
Forecast for today. Well, it's sunshine, a few high clouds, but cold, a high of 31. Tonight, bitterly cold, a low of 15. And tomorrow, not as bad. We're going to have some sun, some clouds, a high of 40 degrees. Let's throw it over quickly in our alarm detection systems traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
On Chicago's northwest side, Harlem Avenue still blocked off between Devon and North Shore due to the ongoing barricade situation in Edison Park. The Edens is just 22 minutes now. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 28. The Kennedy, an hour and 2 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 37 minutes from Montrose. 28 in the Express, outbound 39 to the airport. The Eisenhower's an hour and 16 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, an hour from Manheim. Outbound 44 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 20 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 39 minutes. There are also big delays farther south on 55 northbound, Lockport Road to Weber. Ryan, 37 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive. Stop and go Hollywood to North Avenue and from 18th to the Stevenson. See delays on the tollways, mainly the northbound Tri-State, northbound Veterans Memorial, and eastbound Reagan Tollway from Randall to Eolas heavy. Jim Talamonte, the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Gatto Industrial Platers, Inc. is the specialist in zinc and zinc nickel plating. Gatto is big, they're good, and they're easy to work with. Their high production rack plating line has up to a 15-foot capacity to handle any zinc plating requirement. Gatto's 210,000 square foot facility can process 300 tons per day and offers complete custom packaging with available pickup and delivery in the Chicago metro area by Gatto's own fleet of trucks. All of Gatto's products are inspected and certified to ensure that each customer is receiving the best and most cost-effective plating protection. Gatto is home to King Kong, the largest zinc plating line in North America that can zinc plate parts up to 27 feet long and weighing up to 8,000 pounds. For a quote and fast 24 to 48-hour service, call George Gatto Jr. or George Gatto Sr. at 1-800-290-1223. That's 1-800-290-1223. 1-800-290-1223.
Are you facing foreclosure, been foreclosed upon, in a bad modification, or just stuck in a bad mortgage? Well, we may be able to help you. My name is Lou Bridges. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Lou Bridges & Associates. We've been helping distressed homeowners like you for over 8 years now. We defend foreclosure actions. We bring claims against the banks and the servicers for wrongful foreclosure and other violations of mortgage servicing regulations. And we help people negotiate modifications of their existing mortgages, often including principal reductions. Give us a call. We provide free consultations. I guarantee you it will not be a sales pitch. We will give you our honest analysis, counsel, and advice regarding your options.
Hi, this is Rayanne from Lou Bridges & Associates. I am one of the loan modification processors here, and if you are in need of any additional information in regard to a loan modification, please contact the office.
Go to bridgeslaw.net or call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231.
Remember, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
Hey, Sean Hannity here with some exciting automotive news. Woodfield Nissan is now offering their biggest markdowns in March. Now, Woodfield Nissan has a huge selection of 2017 Nissan Altimas, Sentras, and Rogues, and more now available with 0% APR financing for 72 months. The time to buy is now. The place to buy is Woodfield Nissan in Hoffman Estates. Woodfield Nissan has a massive Nissan inventory and massive Nissan savings all month long. This will be your chance to lease a new Nissan Sentra for only $99 a month and $29.99 down. Or a 2017 brand new Nissan Rogue, now only $149 a month with $34.99 down. Buy your next new Nissan at Woodfield Nissan, just 2 miles west of Woodfield.
Plus tax, title, license, and dock fee. Example of savings is on a 2016 Nissan Titan XD. Model number 56816. $1389 per $1,000 finance. $29.99 down. 2017 Sentra. VIN 3N1, AB7, AP6, HY2, 18399. $34.99 down. 2017 Rogue. VIN JN8, AT2, MV4, HWO, 05258. Two available at this price. Sometimes things don't turn out the way you expect them to. Like Chicagoland weather.
It's so unpredictable. Should I wear shorts or do I need a winter coat?
I think the weather people just throw darts at a board and guess. Oh, look, I got rain.
No matter what the weather throws at us, be ready. Smart businesses rely on Air Comfort to keep them and their customers warm or cool, depending on which way our weather turns. Air Comfort is one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with dedicated factory-trained technicians that take a scientific approach to analyzing your system. They have comprehensive year-round preventative maintenance programs and emergency service, plus design, build, and install equipment for new construction and retrofits of existing mechanical systems. Now is a great time to call Air Comfort and schedule an analysis of your company's mechanical system by their certified award-winning engineering team. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
I'm Trina Webster.
And I'm Dan Webster, founders of Z Quiet. Let me be honest, I snored.
Yeah, he did. Crazy loud.
And I was forced to sleep on the couch most nights.
Dan tried everything, including surgery, to solve his snoring problem.
Nothing worked.
So he turned to experts and created a solution that's a total game changer, a mouthpiece called Z Quiet.
Not just any mouthpiece, one that gently opens the airway where the snoring happens. In fact, it's based on the same technology as treatments costing thousands of dollars.
It allows natural jaw movement so you can talk, breathe normally, and best of all, sleep comfortably without making a sound.
And what's really cool is that it couldn't be easier. Just pop it in before you go to sleep to kick snoring out of bed.
So you can sleep quiet
with Z Quiet.
Z Quiet fits both men and women. Try it risk-free for 30 days for just $9.95. Go to getzquiet.com or text SNORE to 91011. Go to getzquiet.com or text SNORE to 91011.
AM 560. The Answer.
Yes. Real man of genius.
Today we salute you, Mr. Oxygen Bar Inventor.
Mr. Oxygen Bar Inventor.
I love this ad.
A brilliant entrepreneur. You opened a business with only one true competitor, the Earth's atmosphere.
Crush the competition.
It's Friday night. Time to head out with the boys for a rowdy night of breathing.
Someone take my keys.
Some naysayers say oxygen makes up 95% of our atmosphere. You say, does your atmosphere serve potato skins? So crack open a nice cold Bud Light.
We're talking about real men. We've got our leader, radical lesbian feminist Camille Paglia, in her new book, Free Men, Free Women. And she's going to lead real men to freedom, like Moses led the Israelites. A couple of texts. Wait, real men, I thought you guys were done with the Rachel Maddow segment. Thank you, Amish texter. Another text from 60. I'll stop smoking cigars if men stop shaving their legs, drinking Chardonnay, and wearing skinny jeans. I can see the point. That's a deal. And those aren't men. Let's take some of your calls. We got a full board here. Let's start with a real woman.
Oh, thank you.
Joan in St. Charles. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Transitioning.
Hi, Joan.
Hi. Yeah, thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. I was just listening this morning, and I just wanted to say probably about 40 years ago, there was a women's-only health club in Oak Brook, Chicago Health Club, which I joined when I was 19. Totally enjoyed it. Didn't have to work out with, sorry, but, smelly, sweaty men.
Exactly. Ogling you.
Me out when I was 19.
Yes.
I am totally for women's clubs, men's clubs. I'm happily married to my husband for almost 40 years, and I think it's great. I think everybody needs their own time, doing their own activities, and I think it works.
Thanks so much, Joan. Appreciate the call. Let's
See the secret to a good marriage, Dan.
Paul in Lamont. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. You know what? It's very strange to see a woman smoke a cigar, although I've seen it. We don't sit. There's certain things that men and women do that, for instance, we like to fart and we like to burp.
Oh.
When a girl does it, I can't see a girl doing that.
Because we don't want to. It's gross.
Well, I know, but that's the same kind of thing. That's a guy thing. I will say this, when a woman does it inadvertently, it's actually kind of cute because they didn't plan on it.
Thanks for the
Wow.
call, Paul.
I like your form of foreplay,
See,
Paul.
this is why you want men-only spaces, so Paul is not among the general population. Chris in South Elgin.
I won't comment on what Paul just said or on calls or losing them. I've been married 35 years, so there you go. But I would say the barbecue is got to be a man's domain. Now, if you're a single woman, Amy, and there isn't a man in your life and you want a steak, absolutely, fire
Thanks.
up the Kingsford.
I've been
But
firing up the Barbie for years.
Right, but I can't see my male friends when their wives go out and cook the steak or the chicken or whatever it is. It's like if there's a grill, you're a man, and there's some grilling going on, you ought to take charge of the fire.
Yeah, and then clean it too when you're done. Don't leave us to the cleaning.
Thanks for the call, Chris. Well,
that's true, because you guys cook, but then you don't clean up after yourself.
That's a way for you to participate.
Oh,
Ron on the South Side. Real man. Ron!
Hey, and Dan and Amy, look here, Dan, I'm part of that male group of a shot in a beer, shot of bourbon, no damn Chardonnay. But look here,
all right,
relative
George
to
Thorogood.
big house and a woman, only thing a woman can do for me is pick me up a couple of your wind chains and may not let her light it, and you know what? Move on. Go play some bridge. Have a good day.
Thanks for the call, Ron. That's it. Me and Ron, we're single and lonely, and we like it that way. Leave us alone.
17 degrees. I didn't know our friend Clint Eastwood had made an appearance on the show, but apparently he just showed up. Clouds and sun today. Here in the newsroom, here are the stories we are watching this morning on AM 560. The Answer, former New York Times reporter saying Donald Trump's 2005 tax return just showed up in his mailbox. David K. Johnston telling the Rachel Maddow show he would not be surprised if Trump is the source, although he has no proof.
Donald creates his own reality, and he says things that aren't true. He says things and then denies he said them. He lives in this world that isn't the world of where you and I live, of verifiable facts.
The president will talk about manufacturing and health care when he hits the road today. South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says the FBI director didn't make any promises about revealing whether the agency is investigating links between President Trump's campaign and Russia. Senator Graham on MSNBC this morning.
If there's a criminal investigation, you need to inform Congress, because we're going to look into all things Russia. And I gave him until today to let me know, and I haven't heard yet.
CNN had reported that one Democrat had said Jim Comey had promised to him by today the FBI was investigating, and if so, following through on that promise, how wide the investigation may be. Federal Reserve policymakers expected to announce an interest rate hike at the end of their two-day meeting today. A police SWAT team is on the scene of a standoff on Chicago's northwest side. Authorities say officers responded late last night to the call of a distressed man in a vehicle. Right now, no injuries are reported. AB Pritzker is moving closer to entering the race for Illinois governor. The billionaire Democrat yesterday announcing he's formed an exploratory committee to take a look at running next year against Republican Governor Bruce Rauner. Chicago sports, Blackhawks over the Canadiens 4-2. Cactus League baseball, Cubs tie the Brewers. White Sox beaten by the Mariners. And Illinois moves on to the second round of the NIT with a rout of Valparaiso. The news, a service of Staples. Let Staples be your office, away from your office, with everything you need to print, scan, or fax. Have last-minute changes to that big presentation. You can access your files from a USB, email, or cloud. And there are self-serve machines, so there's no waiting. Visit staples.com/copy and print for more. Staples, make more happen. 8:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
8:35. Let's get a check of the roads. We do that in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. At Edison Park, Harlem is still closed between the area between Northwest Highway and 2E. The closure affecting the area near Devon. This is due to the ongoing barricade situation there just west of Harlem. The Edens, 21 minutes is the travel time. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. The Kennedy, an hour and 7 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 38 minutes from Montrose, 29 on the Express. Outbound 40 minutes downtown to O'Hare. The Eisenhower's an hour and 15-minute drive. Thorndale to downtown, 58 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 42 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 22 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 37 minutes. The Ryan, 39 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State delays are northbound, Southwest Highway to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Reagan Tollway stop and go. From the Fox River to Eola, the Veterans Memorial, 75th to the Reagan Tollway, at Army Trail to 290. 53 has delays. Southbound Rand to Kirchhoff, northbound 355 to Higgins with a crash. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunny to partly cloudy today. Chilly, high 31. Clear and bitterly cold, low of 15. Currently, we have 18 degrees. Next news coming up at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Fly By Night with your host, comedian, and entertainer extraordinaire, Ken Severa. Saturdays at midnight on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, Joe Walsh here. Listen to Freedom any time of any day. Go to walshfreedom.com/podcast. Freedom returns at 5.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Star Creations in Lake Bluff, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And, well, boy, this is revelatory. Project 6, headed up by our friend Fisel Khan, the former legislative inspector general for the city council, who was ousted when the city council and the mayor realized that he was serious about providing oversight like an inspector general is supposed to do, rather than just being a functionary collecting a check. Doesn't understand the Chicago political culture, clearly. They've done a lot of good work. Fisel Khan launched a number of investigations into Chicago aldermen during his tenure as legislative inspector general. He's continued that with Project 6, his nonprofit good government group, I guess is one way to describe it. And he's got a new report out how Chicago's mayor, that would be Tiny Dancer, put city buildings in financial limbo and wasted millions of tax dollars. Sounds like sort of an evergreen, but let's get the specifics as we're now joined by our friend Fisel Khan. Fisel, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hi, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good morning. And so the focus of your latest report is the infrastructure trust, the much ballyhooed infrastructure trust, public-private partnership, which is a favorite buzzword of politicians, that Tiny Dancer, Rahm Emanuel to you, announced, this is going on 5 years ago, to rebuild the city's crumbling infrastructure, as is often talked about by politicians as well. But you've done a little bit of digging into how exactly the infrastructure trust was financed and what the implications of those financing decisions are as we stand 5 years later, 5 years away from that announcement. So give us the drill down of what exactly has gone on with the infrastructure trust in the city of Chicago.
Well, you summed it up really well, Dan. The idea was that it was a public-private partnership with the emphasis on the private, that we were going to use their money and rebuild Chicago. And the promise was much ballyhooed that taxpayers would not be a dime out of their pocket. So we decided to see what exactly was accomplished in the last 5 years, and we looked at one specific project called Retrofit 1. And Retrofit 1 was supposed to upgrade 1,000 buildings in the city of Chicago with new energy efficiency savings. And so we looked at it, and one of the projects that they worked on was the Harold Washington Library, the Police Academy, and the Cultural Center. And it turns out that the funding that came to upgrade those buildings did not come from the private sector. It came from a loan, a traditional loan from the Bank of America, because it turned out that private investors didn't want to give their money away for nothing. They wanted something in return. So the city ended up taking out a $15 million loan from $13 million. $13 million from Bank of America at a 5% interest rate, and unfortunately, that wasn't enough. Bank of America wanted more. So without telling taxpayers, Mayor Emanuel and the Infrastructure Trust put up the contents of our buildings on Hawk in order to secure that loan.
Is that legal?
It's legal in the sense that, yes, well, it is legal. The Infrastructure Trust, because what they did, Amy, was that the stuff that they put up on Hawk were the new upgrades that they were putting into the buildings in the first place. So technically, the city did not own those upgrades as of yet, and so they used those to secure the money. So
yeah, but so just to break this up, so they got a $13.5 million loan from the Bank of America at just under 5% interest, 15-year term, and for collateral, to collateralize that loan, they put up energy-efficient equipment that was going to be installed in city-owned buildings. I mean, there's so many predicate questions to that. Why does the city own so many buildings? Why are they using that as collateral? And
yeah. So they put up, like you said, Dan, they put up all the upgrades that they were getting put up into the buildings in the first place. So contents of the Harold Washington Library, contents of the Police Academy and the Cultural Center, and a variety of other buildings are up on collateral with Bank of America. So if we default on that loan in the next 15 years for any reason, the bank owns that property. That's obviously a problem because that was never disclosed to taxpayers. That was never disclosed to the majority of the public. And then we started digging a little deeper, and we said, what exactly kind of improvements are we putting into this building? And it turned out that the improvements that went into the Harold Washington Library were reducing the watts on the bulbs from 32 down to 27, putting weather stripping on the doors that you and I do in our home, and putting in smart thermostats. We spent $1.4 million on labor to these outside companies to come in and do this when we have city people on staff that could come in and change light bulbs for us. $1.4 million. So that worked out to about, if you paid every Chicagoan about $3, they could come in and change a light bulb for you.
How many Chicagoans does it take to change a light bulb? I see the jokes forming in my mind.
None, because we pay other people to do it.
Right. Well, that's the joke, the punchline.
Yeah, city maintenance employees didn't do any of the work?
Nope, not a lick of it.
So we hired private...
We paid $1.5 million in the outside laborers to the people that put in the light bulbs in the first place to use their labor to do this work.
Well, and so here, the thing too. What about collateralizing this? I mean, is Bank of America maybe left holding the bag with collateral that really doesn't measure up to the market value of the loan they extended?
Well, that's that. Well, first they're going to get $19 million back on the loan over 15
the interest payments. Yeah.
Yep, they're going to own those. They own the fixtures for 15 years, and after that, The city doesn't own them dams. The infrastructure trust does. So the infrastructure trust will own all of the upgrades in these buildings, and they will somehow have to give them to the city. And the ironic part is that for the next 15 years, we can't touch those upgrades until the loan is paid off. And in 15 years, they're likely going to be obsolete. So if you only want to tout the green, the energy efficiency, the upgrades, the reality is in 15 years they're probably going to be obsolete anyway, and we're going to be back to square one where we are. The electric costs go back to the bank to pay the loan back.
In your report, you compared this deal to Meigs Field and the parking meter deal. You're starting to connect the dots, but continue in terms of making that connection. Why are they comparable?
Well, look, basically, who's making money off of this project? And it's everybody but Chicago. Everyone else is making out here but Chicagoans. And these are projects that are do more damage than good for the city of Chicago. They're short-sighted. If somebody had just rationally looked at this project and realized it was a dud, we wouldn't have thrown good dollars after bad dollars. We should have walked away from this deal. $13 million is not a big amount of money to secure a loan for. And the reality is we have that money in the city of Chicago. We've just spent, a couple of weeks talking about the slush fund created from the failed property tax rebate, where aldermen are spending money on their pet projects. Mm-hmm. So the fact that we went to Bank of America to secure a loan that's going to cost us a lot more to pay back with taxpayer dollars for these marginal upgrades at best makes absolutely no sense. And then you have to ask the question, then why was the deal made in the first place? And the answer in reality is political, because the mayor put on a big show 5 years ago about how this project was going to work, and he rolled out President Clinton to tout the same things. And I think the quote from President Clinton was, this is as close to a free lunch as it comes. And the reality is that's the truth, because there's no such thing as a free lunch. And we should have known that way back when.
Did Mayor Emanuel get any campaign contributions from any bigwigs at Bank of America?
We've been looking at everything, Amy, in terms of who's been benefiting from this deal from top to bottom, and I think we'll have some follow-up on that at some point.
I want to ask you another question, because sure. You're a former prosecutor. You were a state-level prosecutor in New York, in addition to being the legislative inspector general in the New York City Council, before coming here to be the legislative inspector general for the Chicago City Council, and now your work with Project 6. So this is the intersection of kind of good government as well as interdiction of corruption, frankly. And the investigations you've previously done with Project 6, including on now indicted Alderman Willie Cochran. The announcement a few days ago that Zach Fardin, the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, is going to be replaced. Your assessment on what kind of U.S. Attorney we should have in the Northern District of Illinois overseeing, frankly, the city council, Chicago politicians, state-level politicians, in a way they really, in my opinion, weren't particularly overseen by Zach Fardin. In a way, certainly the Attorney General, Daddy's little girl, Lisa Madigan, it has proven over 15 years she is not going to provide that oversight. Well, what kind of U.S. attorney would you like to see replace Zach Fardin?
Someone who's fearless, Dan. Someone who can not worry about the names or the parties that they're associated with or the letters that are after their name. Someone who's going to come in and do the job, and that's as simple as it is. My frustration when I look at U.S. attorneys or anyone in law enforcement are the people who decide that they can create laws or they can change the laws as they deem fit. Whatever side of the political spectrum you fall on, whether you enforce immigration laws or you ignore immigration laws, I would want to see a U.S. attorney who comes in and says, these are the laws, this is my job, this is what I'm going to do. Whether I'm a Republican, Democrat, or nothing, I'm going to enforce the laws as they are in front of me. That's my job. That's my role as a lawyer. That's my role as a U.S. attorney. When I'd be damned whoever steps in my way.
I just want to do a follow-up, because one of my chief criticisms of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District, and this goes way back, way back, the last 20 years, is they take the low-hanging fruit. They take the idiot alderman who takes a $500 bribe in an envelope. Yeah, and which is easy to prosecute, and you pretend and that you feign like you're changing the corrupt, kleptocratic political culture of Chicago and Illinois, and you're not, because the real kingpins, to use a term of art in the prosecutorial community, go unchallenged and uninvestigated, generally speaking, because those investigations are complicated and they take resources and they take time. And so it's just easier to pick off the low-hanging fruit than go after the fruit of the poisonous tree, if you will, or the roots of the poisonous tree. And so to me, I want a U.S. attorney that will go after the roots of the poisonous tree, not just the fruit of it.
Right. At some point, we have to stop treating the symptoms of this and really look for the cause. And you're right, Dan. The investigations take time. They're complicated and they're expensive. But somebody who does this job has to come in and really do that. If you want to fix Illinois, if you want to restore Illinois to its greatness, and Chicago, you're right. We can't keep going after the low-hanging fruit and claim that as a victory, because as soon as you knock one down, another one grows up. It's time.
Fisel Khan, would you be interested in the position?
It would be an honor, but I'm really happy with what I'm doing now, Amy. This is a job where I think I am making some differences. The U.S. Attorney's Office is always a position that one would aspire to. And I just want to make sure that whoever does that job, it does it in a way that they really, as Dan said, really go after the root of the problem, as opposed to just keep picking at the branches.
I'm glad to hear that. Now I don't have to cancel my order for Fisel Khan for mayor yard signs.
Radio silence?
Yeah. I'll let that lie. Yeah. He is Fisel Khan, head of Project 6. Fisel, give us the website to go check out your report and your other investigative work.
Yeah, go to thesecret6.com. We're on Facebook at Secret 6 also. Check out this report. It is fascinating how the city just made a bad deal here again. Mm-hmm. And the worst part of it is that they just didn't decide to tell any of us about it again.
Fisel Khan, head of Project 6. Thesecret6.com is the website to check out this report and his organization's previous work. Fisel, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I'm here to tell you about an amazing new way you can start losing weight for free right now. You've probably seen our workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. We just launched a beta trial of our new digital video platform, Beachbody On Demand. So while we're testing out this new digital video service, I'm inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. That means you can lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Text the word trial to 303030 and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, or any of over 400 workouts for free. And here's the catch. In return, all I ask is you let us know what you think of the service so we can make Beachbody On Demand the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text trial to 303030 and get started for free right now. Again, text trial to 303030.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
March is National Sleep Awareness Month, and we all know how important a good night's sleep is to your health. Many of us have sleep-related issues, and our pillow is a major reason why. So MyPillow has a March offer. Through March, you'll receive 50% off that 4-pack. What's a 4-pack? It's not in Dan's stomach. Oh, no, it's 2 premium MyPillows.
That's a 6-pack.
Yeah, you wish. 2 premium MyPillows and 2 go anywhere.
Like a case.
MyPillows. With MyPillow, you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need regardless of sleep position, and you'll get into deep sleep faster and stay there longer. No more waking up to a stiff neck or headache. They're made in the US of A, America, and have a 10-year warranty.
I love America.
It's washable, dryable, and has a 60-day money-back guarantee. So get your 50% off 4-pack by calling 800-489-0201. Use the promo code Amy. And if you've been putting off purchasing a MyPillow, well, it's time to finally start getting a great night's sleep. I know I do. Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use the promo code Amy.
If you're missing teeth or even a single tooth, dental implants are a fantastic way to regain your confidence, your smile, your dental health. Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. You hear a lot of people screaming at you about dental implants. Get it done in a day, or we can treat everybody, or hundreds of thousands of implants. Look, successful implants don't come from an implant factory. What you don't hear talked about is skill, treatment, and installation. These are what make for successful lifelong implants. And that's why you need to see Dr. Norouzi at Fox River Periodontics. Dr. Norouzi is the recommended choice of dentists that don't do implants. You need the experience, skill, and honesty that 24 years of dental implants brings.
This is Dr. Norouzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants.
Call Fox River Periodontics, 630-232-7400, 630-232-7400, or just remember, implantsforme.com, implantsforme.com.
What's the scariest thing about going to the dentist? Opening your mouth or opening your wallet? Because just a simple cleaning can cost $100, and things like root canals can cost you hundreds more. If you don't have dental insurance to help, you should give Physicians Mutual Insurance Company a call. 1-800-500-0898. This isn't a discount plan or preventive-only coverage. This is real dental insurance that helps pay for checkups right away, so you can call today and get your teeth cleaned tomorrow. Plus, it helps cover the more expensive procedures you might need down the road. Fillings, crowns, bridges, even costly dentures. There's no deductible and no annual maximum. Your acceptance is guaranteed for one of these insurance policies, even if you're retired or on Medicare. There are no networks, so you can choose any dentist you'd like. That's right, any dentist you want. Call and we'll rush you a free information kit with all the details. 1-800-500-0898. That's 1-800-500-0898. 1-800-500-0898.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's opponents on Man versus Train. At the crossing, we have Rick, a 175-pound frustrated man who's running late for work. And on the tracks, we have Bull, a million-pound freight train that takes a mile to stop. Let's see who comes out on top.
You can't beat a train, so don't try. Stop. Trains can't. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Your business is growing, which means now you need to hire more people.
Oh, the searching. The emails. Where do we start?
ZipRecruiter. Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, ZipRecruiter makes hiring simple. One click and your job is posted to over 200 job sites. Use ZipRecruiter's dashboard to easily screen and evaluate candidates and find the right hire fast. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. Now try ZipRecruiter free. Just click the banner now or go to ZipRecruiter.com/easyhire. That's ZipRecruiter.com/easyhire.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that this product works. I even recommended it to my mother, and she's been taking it, and she's 89 years old.
Makes me feel good. It really does. I could feel a change in my well-being. Let's put it that way.
So far, it has helped my irritable bowel. So I'm just praying that it just keeps going, because you don't know. This was a dreadful thing. Dreadful.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Balance of Nature, you guys are awesome. God bless you.
The website, upstream-ideas.com, premium content that complements what we do each morning on this show, podcast of our Illinois Rising program, which covers state of Illinois politics and policy. Long-form interviews this week featuring American Enterprise Institute's Director of Education Policy Studies, Rick Hess. Follow the Logic Man on the Street segments this week on abortion. You're going to want to see this one. This is excellent, coming off that report out of Iceland about 9 years of persons diagnosed with Down syndrome being aborted. Really, really good. Follow the Logic segment. It's all at upstream-ideas.com. Go there and sign up today. And Amy, speaking of signing up, Spalding is signing up to run for governor.
Yeah, I saw we have some more competition for Chris Kennedy. Mr. Pritzker.
Yeah.
Does he have any hope?
J.B. Pritzker. I want to be a governor. No, I want to be a senator.
What does he want to be?
Double turds. Spalding.
Get dressed. You're playing golf today.
No, I'm not, Grandpa. I'm playing tennis.
You're playing golf, and you're going to like it.
What about my asthma?
I'll give you asthma.
Want a hamburger? No, a cheeseburger. I want a hot dog. I want a milkshake. I want potato
You'll
chip.
get nothing and like it.